Good morning, Lorraine. I'm on the call.
Hi, Sherelle. I'm on the line too. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am on the line now, 10 o'clock. Do we have any other delegates on the line? Lorraine?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Only have one, and that's the chairwoman that's on the line. I don't see other committee members yet. Thank you.
Okay.
Send this over to Martina for the number.
Okay. I need a leather puncher mini. Because this actually should be like what? Okay. Sorry, Lorraine, I forgot to put myself on mute. Hello? Hello?
Morning, this is Lorraine.
Hey, Lorraine, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I got kicked off. I just barely got back on.
Okay,
Do we have any other committee members on the line?
Honorable Vince James.
Okay, we're just going to go ahead and go straight into the reports then. It's 10:09. Do we have Jesse Delmar on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
This is Director Michael Henderson from Criminal Investigations. Mr. Delmar asked me to step in for him this morning, and he is in another meeting at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Henderson, for joining us. As you know, we do have, we as delegates have been contacted by many people, constituents, people of the Navajo Nation, who have informed committee members and also council as a whole about the incident that happened there in Fort Defiance regarding the dogs, attack the dogs who attacked a young lady from the community. And so we wanted to get an update on, really what we need to know is, where do our laws need to be strengthened? Can somebody please put their phone on mute? Mr. Henderson, are you still there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we understand that the case is currently still under investigation, that the case cannot be discussed. I think that if there is a committee member who wants to get more information, we would have to go into executive session, is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Henderson, is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so at this point, on the record, we would like to get a little bit more information on how we can prevent this from happening again. I say that, Mr. Henderson, because we do have an individual who I think is on the line. Her name is Kamisha, and Kamisha did reach out to me and shared with me the story of a similar incident happening to her, I believe it's her son. So this is not the first time that this happened, and I'm not sure exactly how many times this has happened, but one is too many. We try to strengthen our laws here on the Navajo Nation. I'm hoping we also have animal control on the line. Lorraine, do we have animal control on the line as well?
This is Kevin from Animal Control.
Okay, Kevin, thank you for joining us on the line. I hope that you heard the report. Again, we are not, at this point, we are not asking for information on the case. What we do need to know as a committee, as we're working to update Bill 17, we do need to know what laws need to be strengthened and what we can do, not only as the Law and Order Committee and as elected officials, but also Navajo Nation, what we can do to work together to ensure that this does not happen again. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the reporting. We don't need a quorum for the reporting. Both Delegate Vince James and I are currently on the line. So we're going to go ahead and, we don't really want to waste anybody's time to wait to establish a quorum, so we're going to go straight into the report. So with that, Mr. Henderson and also Kevin, if you want to join together to provide us some information on what I stated earlier. So with that,
Okay, who do you want to go first, me or Mr. Henderson?
Um,
Hello?
Madam Chair, are you still on the line? You're fading out.
okay, go ahead and proceed with the report. Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Yes, we can hear. Mr. Henderson, are you still on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay.
Do we go ahead and start on the report then?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee and our listening audience. Kachitnin Shnido, my dishki, Nivashichin, Pudajitni, the Shiche. Without a Kodod, the Alkaja, criminal investigation, Ajay Yad, Kanashnisto, and Ani Kanshla. I call Mr. Delmar couldn't make it to do a report, so he asked me to step in to give a quick report on his behalf. So what we understand is going on with the dog mauling, and it is true that this is not the first time that from the police department we have been involved in any kind of a death resulting from dog attacks. And two that we know of so far are involving individuals where they became inebriated and out in the public, and when they passed out from inebriation, they were attacked and by the dogs, by a pack of dogs, and died as the result. It's not only here in Window Rock or Fort Defiance, but these are cases from Chinle and from Crown Point areas. So what we know that where the laws are lacking any criminal prosecution is that going back to the elements of either knowingly or intentionally or recklessly having these dogs out to where their behaviors are known to attack individuals in the community, whether because they're not leashed or because perhaps there's more dogs than allowed by the law at each homes, and in some instances just total neglect of the dogs that are just roaming around in packs. Some of these situations are rather hard to apply those laws. The leash laws, of course, they can be cited for that, and the having more than 4 dogs or 2 dogs at the home, and these kinds of situations, they can be cited. However, I'm not too certain about the fines or if they're going to do any jail time for it, the owners of these dogs. But what has happened in these cases has been that the dogs have been rounded up in the areas where these incidents have occurred. And for example, the recent one, 12 dogs were rounded up, and they were all, of course, put to death. And in the other cases, similar actions had taken place where dogs were rounded up and they were all put to death. And the problem, one of the problems in the procedures that we come across with these dogs that have been put to death and are suspected to be responsible for the attack are just the resources to do examinations on these dogs to really come up with evidence of the remains. So if they were involved in the attack, these some of the procedures that involve that are kind of we don't have the resources immediately available to have those things done. Similar to an autopsy that we do, and to examine the contents of the stomach, or and evidence to be gathered from the teeth. And from what I understand, there's some real-time limitations to those evidence. And we're talking within 16 hours of the attack to where these kinds of evidence can be gathered from these animals. Beyond that, I believe it becomes more scarce to collect any kind of evidence to the case. But in any rate, I think our dog laws and our ownership of these dogs, having them mandated to get their immunizations up to date and on a yearly basis. And I don't believe, I haven't come across any kind of legislation or laws that had been enforced where the dogs are not vaccinated or on a yearly basis, or so on and so forth. So I think when we present these kinds of cases to the U.S. Attorney's Office, they have a problem in criminally prosecuting anybody because of the culpable mental state behind the owner's knowledge, whether they knowingly have these dogs roaming around like that, or whether they intentionally do it, or whether they are just reckless about it. These kinds of elements to the crime of perhaps a murder or even a manslaughter case are very difficult. They make it very difficult. So in a nutshell, Madam Chair and members of the committee, that is the extent of what we present for now this morning. And I'll pass it on to Animal Control to go ahead and add on to what I just said. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. This is Kevin Gleason with Navajo Fish and Wildlife. I'm the acting animal control manager for the program. Mr. Henderson's correct. We've had several incidents on Navajo. We even had one in Delcon District involving a child, one in Rama involving a child that has occurred. We've had a total of 6 deaths involving dog packs. Our laws were redone in 2018, and the council had approved them. But none of the laws hold the dog owners responsible for any time their dogs do things like this, where it kills somebody. But also, we've had several incidents on Navajo where dog attacks had severely mauled people, where they lost limbs and stuff, ears, arms, because of the dog. Right now, the minimum fine for any violation under animal control is $50, and the max is $500. And that's usually for a vicious animal, a dog bite, livestock damage, not having their license, not having their animal restrained. There's only 8 laws that animal control enforces in the codes right now. There's nothing criminally in Title 17 dealing with animal control. All the laws they enforce right now are under Title 13. Now, with our current situation on Navajo, we have 100+ communities but we only have 5 animal control officers and 2 seniors to address the 100+ community issues. This year alone so far, they have addressed 280 bite cases on Navajo. They've responded to 280 cases involving vicious animals. They've impounded over 5,000 cases they've done this year involving more than 10,000 animals. The dog population is just too large for Navajo, and people are just not being responsible for their pets. The big issue is we don't have the staff to efficiently be proactive with animal control. Right now, we're being reactive to whatever calls they're getting right now. And intentional is hard to prove when a dog attacks someone, unless it's 2 groups are mad at each other and they stick their dogs on each other. But usually these dog attacks are unprovoked, and they do occur a lot. Now, I'm only talking about cases that have been reported. There's a lot that don't get reported to us. Madam Chair. I'll put Officer Joe Begay on hold.
Good morning, Samantha. My name is Joe Begay, Jr. I'm the Senior Animal Control Officer for Fort Defiance Agency. Just to talk about the animal control laws. Pretty much, one case where a 5-year-old got mauled by 5 dogs, and this is the one in Tisto, which we couldn't really do anything about it. Also, according to criminal laws, but the dog owners only receive citations for running at large, which is a minimum of $50 fine, and vicious animal, which is a maximum of $200 at the time of the attack. Auto no vaccinations, which is a minimum of $50. Dog not licensed was only $50. So pretty much the dog owner only paid a fine of $500 at that time with that little 5-year-old that got mauled and resulting in death. So it's pretty really hard to deal with something like this when it happens. And we did talk about how we should do it, but it is really hard. So maybe we get through with something like this too, where hopefully not happen again. Right now, again, we're only working with seven officers for the whole Navajo Nation. So as a animal control officer, we only civil citations to dog owners. And there is, I revised not too long ago, back in 2018, they're only allowed 4 dogs per household, but there is several households that have more dogs. So, and then majority of the dogs are mixed breeds, and majority of the time the dogs are not tied up, and then they're out running around. So that's when these things happen. But hopefully we can try to work out something here, and appreciate your help, Doris. No,
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, Kevin, and I believe it's Mr. Begay. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So it sounds like there like this hasn't been, obviously it has not been the first time that this has happened. Are there any suggestions or recommendations at this time that you can give us to make it criminal, aside from, having to pay the $50 fine? And also, the other issue that seems to be, although it wasn't really said, but it sounds as if it's a question of finding the people who these dogs belong to. Is that correct?
A lot of the time, the officers are able to find who owns the dogs. A lot of these families, the dog's part of their family. And you take something from them, they come looking for it. But then you also have some that we're not able to find owners for. But someone feeds and cares for them. Even though they're skinny, they eat somewhere. It just depends on the situation and the cases that they do. And a lot of this stuff is filed with the courts. But just like everything else with natural resource, public safety takes precedence over what's under natural resource first.
Thank you for that clarification. Committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding the report that has been presented to us?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you, and then after that, we do have a woman who requested to speak on behalf here at the committee regarding a similar incident that happened to her family member as well. So, Delegate Vince James, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak, and then after that, we'll go ahead and recognize Kamisha. So with that, Delegate James.
Thank you very much for the report. Da is not agi. Kodo dan le chan jo e aje banghin ko kodo ani behind the should they be told it in something at any passage chain kia ani da sheda hanawa ni da shinale ko banda sit in do ba ya da sit hit the no e aden behind the lane ko hat egila e dan not source leniki e ya e da baka e da tin hit kodosli should kodosli in sort a bansus case ko halit out e yan hat an leniki nabiki ta source halit out in hinat it isla aden he has under nas gloshi bige dest in nas glosh ba hayan has under ko e kwaiki e ni dish kisako ado nana and later hold just e ya ti kwaiki e na hot e hat ni go be hada at ko e da te sto da benat sos da ja ko the question e ya e ado ben leni bi hada hasia ni het na en leni jo to no e hot aba ya tien da ko AD kwaiki ebenat sostate adi anda ja ita la hit au ada holia la ita la hit au e benaso la jokot kodo with your strategic planning, with your work sessions, with the meetings that you've held, what were your guys' recommendations? What was the outcome of those meetings that you guys discussed regarding this kind of situation? So if you can forward those documents over to us, that would be very helpful to move forward with developing a legislation due to the fact that I believe that this is something that we really need to address right away before another incident like this happens. I know there are
budget season's coming up. I know that there is the short staff issue. Again, if you're giving us a report as a delegated, what is the issue with hiring a director for the program? What is going on there? These kinds of documents would be very helpful for us to draft a legislation on how to move forward to address the issue. And then you've also indicated that we're not a priority when it comes to court hearings, court issues. So if you have documentations in regards to that, that would also be very helpful for us to address and to move forward and to insert in the legislation indicating what needs to happen and what we need to do from our end to address with some sort of funding for the program. And another thing is, I don't know if meetings were conducted with NHA staff or official administration regarding this issue. Maybe they have an input to address and help us with drafting this legislation. I know there's some housing units that are really productive of doing their enforcements regarding dogs within the compound of NHA. And so those are some of the areas that I would like to see of what kind of documents you guys have put together. And hopefully it won't just be a few documents or a few pages that you will forward to us. Hopefully it will be a thick binder with indications of documents of how you guys try to move forward and ask for funding, and what are the reasons and the outcomes of establishing and creating positions for the positions within your department. So that would be very helpful if you could provide those documents for us. Okay, thank you very much. Going back on mute.
Thank you for that, Delegate James. So with that, Kamisha, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Kamisha, before you speak, I just have to ask, is your case still under investigation?
No, it's not.
Kamisha, if you are comfortable, I know that you did reach out to me regarding this situation that has occurred. You shared a story with me very similar to what had happened. Can you tell us just very quickly, what year did the incident involving your family member occur?
Okay. Good morning. My name is Kamisha Short.
Kamisha, we can barely hear you.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me start back over. My name is Kamisha Shorty, and I am a resident of Wide Room. And a similar incident that happened in Fort Defiance has taken place, within myself, my child, and it has affected us, in so many ways that to this day, it's very hard to breathe and find comfort. So this happened July 14, 2016. And I was at work, and I got a call at 5 o'clock p.m. in the evening that my son had died. And as we go along into the conversation in that phone call, I was notified that my son was attacked and mauled by a pack of dogs that belonged to a neighbor. And these dogs, they were born and neglected by the owner, but she didn't take ownership of them. And the previous reports had been reported of them attacking the livestock there, but no ranger or official has come out to investigate. And but during the July 14th, what I've seen on the scene was that rangers were running different directions trying to capture these dogs, and it was just a very different scene.
Are you?
And
Okay.
so when I arrived on scene, I've asked one of the rangers, if there was something I could do, because my baby was hurt. But I was informed by the criminal investigator to just go and meet the rest of the family. And then that's where I've gotten everything, the story of what happened to my son. And my son was actually attacked in front of the owner's house. And to have chunks of his meat taken out from his thighs, his face, and in the end, like Officer Begay said, citations were the only thing given. But citations is not enough to bring my son back. Citations don't help heal my heart. I live day to day wondering what I can do, wondering what I can say, wondering who I can talk to. And for the longest time, I disliked dogs and wondering what kind of outcome it would have been to charge the owner, but hearing from the medical investigator that it was an accident, it breaks your heart all over again. And to this day, I have not seen a report from the rangers. I have not seen a report from the criminal investigator. I have not seen what was done with the owner. And if anything should be done, I think that finding a way to have ownership, claim that they own these animals would be a good idea, because if something should happen, it already claims that they are the owners of these animals. And citations is not enough, because it doesn't seem like justice is served at the end, because you see the owner walk by you as you go and shop in a grocery store, knowing that you have a heavy heart, a broken heart, and they look and they smile at you as if they're proud that nothing was done. And they talk about you as if you could not do anything. So please, I'm begging, please, please do something about this, because with the recent incident, it has renewed everything flashback. That's pretty much all I have to say right now.
Madam Chair, are you on the line?
Lorraine,
Yeah, good morning.
you hear me? Good morning. Ja, ich bin,
Okay.
I don't, is Madam Chair on the line?
I think she's not on the line right now.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and take the helm here. Thank you very much for your report. For the record, myself, the Vice Chair, has been on the line. I heard the some of the testimony from the mother, and you, you, so, and before I move on, just to I had to take care of some personal things this morning, and my name is Otto. So I am the vice chairman of the Law and Order Committee. And good morning, colleagues, Honorable James, and Honorable Eugene. So, fellow staff members of the Law and Order Committee, members who are on the call. And Kialan Bigay, I see you on the call. Good morning. Moving forth. I see Madam Chair, you're back on the line. Madam Chair, are you on the line?
I am here, Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'll give the helm back over to you. I just got on about 10 minutes ago, and I should give it back to you. So go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I did lose connection for about 2 minutes. Kamisha, I lost connection at the end. I believe it's under the story. I just want to say, Kamisha, that from one mom to another, I cannot imagine what you have gone through or what you're feeling. But I do want to say that I am sorry that that had happened to you. And I apologize that the other families who have been affected by similar situations continue to be affected. And I just, when you reached out to me, I felt it was important that this committee hear from you what you went through, but also how near to your heart this issue is and why it's important. We need to look at changing the laws regarding our animals, our dogs, more importantly. So I just want to say thank you, Kamisha, for sharing your story. Otto, Vice Chair, thank you for joining us on the line. We had received a report from Mr. Henderson from Criminal Investigations. I believe we have Kevin and Mr. Begay, who is also on the line from Animal Control. Lorraine, can you check to see who that is? I believe somebody's phone is not on mute. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and, can you hear me?
Madam Chair?
Yes, can you hear me?
This is Lorraine. Yeah, I can hear you, but it's the number ending with 812. That needs to be, the phone needs to be muted. Okay, okay, it's muted now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, we do have Delegate Kialan Bigay Shitsui, who is on the line right now, who would like to speak. Shitsui, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Ashima. I'd also Silido, Vice Chair. Dikoto Bentley Hanaki again. With the RDC member, we have asked the program to provide a report to the committee. So, I guess the one area that we continue to look for is the program. As an RDC member, I haven't seen any document of any type of situation within the program. I know the previous council, we had appropriated a certain amount of funding. Ita kododit yego na hot in lat lechat o hoyun hitet nigo hot eo basal bandasi nilna. Our council da yilane kade do hot need and ego godit chenada huit a koko benago go hit ala e kodo ani hita jeda shama ado law and order committee members no stendiki dik policy hat nindiki hit hajoch e do nindiki that will take time but immediate kila hit out kinsla hajo peso da panana nelo kodo how the program is able to allocate some how we can allocate some fundings to kind of like beef up some of the program maybe within about 3 months or 6 months program just to decrease all these impounding some of these roaming animals on it especially those communities that have close daido tapaganigit or you set chant the skin danger ko hadat out ani hot option has out ko an hi ade shama law and order committee members so I don't know if the programs are online. Maybe they could provide how much is needed and will be needed to get these animals to be worked on. To fair horse no based on resource and then developmental be proven daily. Maybe this is another reason. This is another way we can continue to resolve this particular issue. Shama. So Ede Kodosha recommend Shlada to the Law and Order Committee, and then also we'll be hearing from the programs at the next RDC meeting. So again, I appreciate the time, and I'll be listening in to get to my report as well. So
with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Henderson, to Kevin, and to Mr. Bigay for any comments or any questions they may have been asked. So with that, Mr. Henderson, Kevin, Mr. Bigay.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and the members of the community, this is Director Henderson again from Criminal Investigations. And the only comment that I'd like to add is we all, as Navajo people and as dog owners, we all need to be responsible. We all need to be accountable for our dogs. Because accountability is inclusive, in my mind, of we cause our dogs to act in a certain way, do certain things, or we promote our dogs to do certain things or act in a certain way, and at the very least, we allow our dogs to do things and act in a certain way. That accountability must have some kind of a recourse when our dogs do things, when our dogs do attack neighbors or people that are just the community that are just in the area walking by. And beyond accountability has to be beyond just monetary payments, beyond citations, beyond just paying a fine, and especially in these cases where there's death involved, and it's like we may not have a huge influence on federal crimes. However, if we strengthen our laws here on the Navajo Nation, on the reservation, and perhaps that will help in waking up our community members, our dog owners, to be more accountable for their dogs, and to be held accountable for what their dogs do, rather than just in a civil sense with a civil fine. To push it to where we have a law under Title 17, to push it to where there's some jail times involved in these kinds of cases. I think that's what we're all hoping for, and I think that's what we're all wanting to discuss in days to come. So, thank you. I appreciate the time again. Yeah.
Is there a response from animal control?
Yananade, this is Officer Begay, Animal Control Officer. So it's probably just going to be a comment. We did have several years back. We did had 16 animal control officer at one point. For that went on for a good 2 years other, and then we got budget cut. I know we had to release those 16 animal control officers. That was several years back. I think the early 2000s. So we had issues with animals, dogs, and all. So back then, with the animal bites and the livestock damage and dog running at large, pretty much the numbers went down. But I'll be maybe give us some funding, and maybe that way try to address the communities again in that way. Yeah, that's all I comment.
Good afternoon, committee. This is Kevin Gleason. I agree with both statements made by Mr. Henderson and Joe Begay. What Joe's talking about is that back in 1996, Council gave Fish and Wildlife money for 16 animal control officers. That budget was between $1 to $2 million. Our current budget is only $800,000 for the program. Like I stated before, we're being reactive, not proactive. And because of COVID and because of the restrictions put in place, we haven't had an animal sweep in the communities. We've been reacting to the calls that have been coming in, and they've been addressing them as they go on day-to-day use. It's real sad to see what happened to these families, all of them, especially the lady from Tisto. It should have never happened. None of them should happen. It really bugs us to see this occur day to day, whether it's a bite, whatever issue that comes up. But more funding would really be beneficial to us. We did a study back 7 years ago, and we were looking at every house that we were responding to. And the one question I asked all these officers back then is how many animals were there. We were getting anywhere from 8 to 10 animals per household. So we did an average for all the houses, and we came out with more than between 500,000 dogs on Navajo. But when we presented it to the papers and everyone, we said there was 250,000 feral animals average on Navajo. And that number hasn't changed. A mating pair of dogs in 5 years with their offspring having pups and their offspring having pups can create 5,700 new dogs in those 5 years. And we remove anywhere, last year was the lowest, about 8,000. That's because of COVID. But previous years, we removed anywhere between 10 to 30,000 dogs a year. And we're not making a dent because there's too many of them out there. If we had more officers, we could do more enforcement. We could also do proactive stuff like doing more sweeps, things like that, so this doesn't happen again. But it doesn't guarantee it won't happen again. Now, he mentioned NHA. 5 of these cases weren't in NHA housings. They were in rural, they were in other type of housings that weren't related to NHA. I did a livestock damage when I used to be a ranger. Flock of sheep got wiped out in Navajo. This is back in the 90s. Every dog we picked up back then when the rangers did that were all from Fort Defiance. But the killing occurred in Navajo. These animals will travel long distances to do things. So the game wardens, if we find animals, dogs and cats and stuff in the forest roaming, no leash, no one around, we put them down. Because they shouldn't be there. They should be home confined. Yes, I do believe there need to be stronger laws. I think if a parent can be charged for leaving a firearm out and their kids use it and kill someone or hurt somebody and be charged with that, there should be a law similar to dog owners for letting their dogs roam at large and doing what they want. That they should also be able to be charged for what happened. I agree with that mother. A fine doesn't cover her son coming back. Something more severe has to happen to these dog owners for them to understand. Either be a good pet owner or don't own them at all. That's the only comments I got. Thank you.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, I have a comment and a few questions.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you very much. I did to Navajo Nation staff and especially the mother, Amand Lenny. Yego hashin sabo. Pinit do kajigi still. Ako halit ego la kutahot in. Ano ate tene benant ani kliniki koto isanal Nashin sabo ati an hilchot ado in Washington, but I nishke. I don't like it. That is ink. Halik ego la apita hoel jisto het ego ta nish. Kohot ani as Kevin alluded to that we are a reactive nation of proactive. Kohot an lead base of budget ahake shot ani ta. Nakakapik ade base on hit Kaho Kodo o Hanat Aho Obi Tati and I seen colleague to say, oh, let's just pass it. Let's just pass the budget on This is what they agreed upon. And many of my colleagues had stood on that and they just passed the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. not looking at the needs during the time of hearings, the budget hearings, where things like this nature, where animal control is indicating that funding is needed. And we have the council has authority to move monies around to programs that actually have that actually needs the need. And so at the end of the year we get a when the budget is passed. Let's just go with last year's budget. I guarantee you this year, they're gonna say, let's go with last year's budget. And animal control workers, if that is stated, the executive branch is gonna recommend last year's budget, and whatever was budget to your office is gonna be the same. I don't know what your oversight would how they would feel pertaining to that issue. We have scenarios of this matter related dealing with public safety, and I do feel that animal control should be a public safety issue. And but we have an oversight that AIG is in the AIG. I don't want to step on their toes. And just throwing money at the problem is not the key thing. Throwing money to the issue will not heal Mother Tanisha's heart. And oh, the state of mind of the mother later. I had my first when my wife had her sons. Amado away she need as a father to see that and to hold your child hold a lot of memory and a lot of hurtful thought for your son or for your daughter. And but we need to start moving toward policy. How can we change the law? And how can we try to address this? There's animals, too many dogs at one household. I see that. Oh, you and late. That is jail. No, in Navajo, you see that. Go to Gallup, you don't see that. Go to Flagstaff or Farmington, you don't see dogs getting run over in the streets. Somewhere we have to start with policy, and then the funding issue can be addressed later. But we need to start looking at policy on some. Maybe with this latest incident that happened, maybe leadership is we have to hold these animal owners responsible for their dogs. I guarantee you, if you go to one household and ask them if they have these animals have their vaccination in their shots, I guarantee you they don't. I have two boys. They have two dogs. And they're on a leash all the time. Always get their vaccination and There's a good way to have animals. Then there's a positive. There's a bad way to have animals, and that's what ruins it for everybody. It's because they think that they live on the reservation that they can't do anything. We have Title 17 that I think we can put in these type of crimes, this type of issue in with Title 17 and address it criminally. And I think this is, Madam Chair, something that we could recommend to the Title 17 criminal for the amendment that's happening to speak to this, because the animal control on the nation, we have to hold these dog owners responsible for their dog's action. That need peso, need this coming budget year that if we don't change policy, just thinking that we threw money to the program doesn't mean that it's going to change. We have to change the policy so it can change the culture at the local level. And then lead. Ego ko man lini onda leo shita hos ago so na ko dapat dilia. Alit ego la ya ben do ben sakhe si shing at ik kade ka. And the mother's right, a citation will not bring the child back. And there's probably a lot of thoughts of I should have done this, I should have done this. I haven't heard anything pertaining to the from the own animal owner. I don't. That also, what I don't understand too is that, when this thing and this issue, when this, I'm not gonna say an accident, when this happened, I got wind of it through, flying through the air, a bird, I don't, started to get a trickle out to the media. But I really didn't hear anything from public safety. And Mr. Henderson, I don't know if Mr. Delmore's on the line. There was no press release for public safety for a general statement from Navajo public safety relating to this incident. General information that is privileged to the public should have been put out. Sorry, you look at the city governments, towns out there, and things like this occur as an investigation is moving forth. You're given minimal information to the general public, so they're aware. Because the na itin so the I guarantee you, a lot of them, they are thinking of, نسيدان هيك أني لين هيك تخبين هيك The reason why I'm saying this is that God lin pan nati the program directors for each of the program. I know you provide and you provide an oath during budget hearings to defend your budget for funding. And I really hope when you provide that oath to the committee is that this is what type of a budget the program needs. Because the way I see how dollars are rendered through the Navajo Nation, they're just shoved and given to you, saying you're only getting this and this is what you're going to work in. There's no room, wiggle room for adjustments. And open and this current this current budget process that we take is anigara. We have all these hearings and things like that, and the council decides to shift monies around where funding are really needed. And at the end, we get a line item veto from the president. The executive branch, the president would tell us, put the monies back where I said. Although he'll come across to the legislative branch budget and he'll line item veto that to make sure that he line item from the legislative budget to hold our arm to make us put the budget back to the original way that it was provided to proposed to council. Ko ari isno tsangi tit ego ko yego pe anawat e le tao tsangi ko akishna annishatni ko bichita dil taho. When we look at what the need is for Navajo direct services, and when we try to infuse monies into social services or other programs, law enforcement. Oyo na oyo no alta. I really hope the executive branch is listening. Office of the President. When the program says we have no money, council slash the budget. The budget is brought forth by the executive branch to the council. And I see we really need to have a thorough budget process this year, instead of just saying, let's just approve it. Approve it. It's your president. They vetted it. Maybe if the animal control officers had a little bit more money, they would have been able to have boots on the ground to address more animals. But again, Mr. Gleason indicated that even though we throw finances to this to that program, it's not a sure thing that another thing of this matter may happen. This is my second year as a council delegate representing the communities to the city. And I myself consider myself as an old guard. And I will tell you, the way Wonder Rock operates really needs to change. Culture. Yeah. I moved to do eliminate carryovers from budget programs that at the end of the year when their dollars are left over. And these are dollars that could be infused into programs such as where dollars are really needed. But ahadit ego that never Washington tlaho anahado nilhut tani that need. And I do agree that policy really needs to change. In many other areas also, policy needs to change. Because it will impact lives. And as this animal control portion, it impacted the mother who lost who lost her son. You know, put yourself in her shoe. Oshincho, eho, hachineska, hanneska, onsen. كنت خايش إنها سئيدة ودشنيد أوفان سهو قصيد أيهو نش نش وليس تصوج أت أنا أروح أديت ننام ضعف نشكي نا غابك إحيالنا هيك أديت budget is granted, and the services that are supposed to be provided really needs to be provided out there. And maybe how could we try to make ends meet with what little what budget you guys have was approved by the council for you and approved by the president. Ko khadit adan hi policies o arbeta inishi hajuna bi tatno kait ego lai technigo related na be kait or what. How could we try to impact to make a positive outcome of their livelihoods? Try to avoid things like this. I don't lead the general public. You need to take care of your animals. Ashine la inan lini di ish kiyaj khashi de yande. Hago shin inan lini be baha o zisha shinde ishcho. Hat in shiarat ihi be ba instead of this case de niche. So I don't know. Go what up and I just like to express my condolence to the family. You had I know nibbit you what not nana kade oko at ani itlinte oko. You know, if this committee can move forth to start changing policy, maybe we can move forth on it. And Committee of Law and Order. And we shouldn't be losing children like this. We shouldn't be losing individuals like this out there. There's something wrong. We need to try to address the policy issues. And yes, from public safety, you know, maybe make a recommendation to us. And then also from animal control. Make a recommendation to the Law and Order Committee. What can be done to try to help your program? And like I said, you know, maybe what up in the thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair, thank you for that. So with that, animal control, do you have animal control and criminal investigations? Do you guys have a response to this, to the concerns brought forth by Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, it's Michael Henderson again from Criminal Investigations. The only thing that I want to respond to is the question about the press release. Our PIO, our public information officer, did do a release on the incident, so that we can have communication and so we can forward information to the community of the concerns and so that the community can protect themselves and look out for themselves, look out for one another in the neighborhoods throughout the reservation. We did do that press release here shortly after the latest incident that we had. So, Madam Chair, that's the only thing that I want to ensure that we do take those matters into consideration to do our press release in the interests of protecting our communities and our public. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Henderson. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the report that's been provided to us? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate James, go ahead.
Yeah, it's nana. Ado, you can not just honey. Ado, that is not I. Ado, kodoba na delicate documentation. Ashna habona done hitch a corsejo. Ado sa ba ha zeta. It's going to have to take a team effort to resolve the issue and try to come up with some kind of solutions. I don't think we'll resolve the issue of bringing our individuals that have passed on due to the attack, due to the dog attack, but we can come together and try and see what kind of solutions we can have when it comes down to dog control and animal control on the Navajo Nation, but in particular to this, it's more of the dogs. And we really need to address it. So I'm not promising anything. As you guys know, as of Friday, I was even able to get legislation through that assists and help our Navajo people and help and assist throughout many communities. But hopefully if we can do something and work together, we can resolve a lot of these unanswered questions when it comes to enforcing the laws or recreating the law, doing the adjustments and so forth. So with that, I'll end it here, and hopefully we can retrieve some of those, and some of those documents can be forwarded to us. Thank you.
Yeah, Shanella, actually, Lorraine, can you go ahead and prepare a letter to both criminal investigations, also to animal control, and let's go ahead and include this letter to prosecutor's office, asking them the question of what the current laws are for dog bites and then animal attacks. And then the second question will be, what can Law and Order Committee do to strengthen the laws currently in place? And then send that letter to Criminal Investigations, to Department of Public Safety, also to Animal Control and to Prosecutor's Office, so that we have that on record, we have that on file, and we can start working to make those changes. Do you understand that, Lorraine?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, if there are there any more questions or comments at this time for the report that has been provided to us?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate So.
Delegate Otto, so the floor is yours.
Maybe I was on Resources and Development Committee meeting last week on May 19th, 2021. The RDC and LOC joint committee meeting was rescheduled for this Friday at 9:00 a.m. to what I wrote down. And maybe we could get Lorraine to reach out to Shami to get that, to confirm that date. And what I'm getting to is that maybe this, since RDC is a component relating to the oversight, maybe we could have this discussion with Resources and Development Committee also. That way we could get the two oversights of, oversight of who Law and Order has, and the oversight of the RDC committee, RDC together so that we could try to have a conversation pertaining to this, because animal control is under the oversight of Resources and Development Committee. But looking at the policy aspect of it, and it's good that you did indicate what is the current policy for animal bites or things like that. We have to put it into Title 17 as a criminal code, into the criminal code. We have to do that and hold animal owners responsible, whether it's a dog, horse, sheep, whatever. When you vouch to have animals, it's just like children. And I think that's something that we should have those same policies in that nature for animals. Because you see corrals that the chinik and as Nebugandan not cancel. Mustang no that that's animal cruelty too. Those things need to be addressed. Animals that are on the road. How do we hold livestock owners responsible for that? For instance, Route 12 from St. Michael's down to Lupton. You have to see all those animals. Just think how many lives have they impacted, and the ranchers, animal owners are not held responsible. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shitse. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and officially call this meeting to order at 11:32. Just as a recap and for the record, committee members, we did have only 2 delegates present at 10:09, and so I went ahead and proceeded forward with the report, since reports are not, quorum is not required to hear reports, which is how we had the report from Mr. Michael Henderson, who is reporting on behalf of Executive Director Jesse Delmar with the Division of Public Safety regarding the dog mauling on the Navajo Nation. We also received reports from Kevin and also Mr. Sigay from Navajo Nation Animal Control. So we combined 5A and 5B again because we didn't have a quorum. We wanted to proceed forward with the reports. So with that, again, we did call this meeting to order at 11:32. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
It's a roll call, Sherelle, not the vote.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. Law and Order Committee members and everyone listening in. Roll call for the 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
I am present.
Okay, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable So is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, we have 3 members present. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was talking on mute. So with that, committee members, we do have 3 members present, 2 members who are absent, Honorable Eugene So and Honorable Edmund Yazzie. We went ahead and we did roll calls, so we're moving down to invocation at this time. I would like to ask, Sherelle, can you lead us in invocation, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Dear Heavenly Father, I pray to you at this time that I thank you, Lord, for another good day that you have given us. I pray to you at this time that you forgive each and every one of our sins as we have all sinned, Heavenly Father. And I pray that this meeting today held with Law and Order Committee will go smoothly, Heavenly Father. The words of encouragement, the words of knowledge, I pray that everything will go good, Heavenly Father. Each report given will be given in a good manner, Heavenly Father. I pray that you bless each and every one of us on this call, Heavenly Father. I pray that you bless their families, their kids, their grandkids, Heavenly Father, their elderlies. I pray that you bless them from their feet all the way to their head, safety-wise, healthy-wise, Heavenly Father. I pray that you bless each and every one of us each and every day, Heavenly Father, as we go to work, as we go to school, as we attend meetings. I pray that you be by our side, Heavenly Father. I pray that you bless us each and every day with good health, Heavenly Father. As this pandemic still going on, I pray that you put this COVID virus away from us, keep it away from our nation, Heavenly Father. I pray that you bless us with good safety, Heavenly Father, and I pray that you bless each and every one of us again, Heavenly Father, as we all listen in on this meeting today, Heavenly Father. I pray that you just continue to watch over us each and every day as we have lost loved ones. I pray that you be by our side and heal us, Heavenly Father. And then again, I just pray to you at this time that you bless each and every one of us, Heavenly Father, as we go through hard times, as we go through frustrations, stress, Heavenly Father. I pray that you take that ease off of us and that you let us live in good health, good wealth, Heavenly Father. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. We do appreciate the invocation that you provided to the Law and Order Committee this morning. So with that, committee members, we're moving down to item number 2, recognizing guests and other visiting officials. Before I call on other visiting officials, I do want to ask, are there any other delegates who are on the line aside from those members of the Law and Order Committee? Not hearing anything, we're going to proceed forward. We do have Mr. Henderson and we have Kevin and Mr. Begay on the line with us. Do we have any other visiting officials who are currently on the line with us?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Begay Jr. I'm online.
Good morning, Delegate Begay. Thank you for being on the line. So I haven't heard anything, so we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. We do need a motion and a second at this time. I apologize. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 21st Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting, May 24th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman. Honorable Atuso, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's none. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Jesse Delmore, Executive Director, Division of Public Safety regarding dog mauling on the Navajo Reservation. B, report from Navajo Nation Animal Control Program on the recent incident on dog bites, vicious dogs. Item C, report from Brandon Batsui, Acting Chief Prosecutor on white collar crime under office and plans for addressing white collar crime cases. D, report from Honorable Charlene So, Council Delegate Totlacan, Red Mesa, Anna, Mexican Water, and East Nismas chapters in regards to immediate attention on police officers' duty and on a released prison person. Request for executive session. E, report from Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Council Delegate from Silani Cottonwood, Tachi Blue Gap, Noslini, Low Mountain, and Miniform chapters on the matter of illegal activities within the community of Miniforms. Request for executive session. F, report from Honorable Elmer Begay, Council Delegate from Delcon, Indian Wells, Tisto, White Cone, and Greasewood Springs chapters regarding construction-ready projects for Delcon Justice Center. G, report requesting for a member from the LOC be assigned to Judge Lydia Stover, Judge Malcolm Laughlin, and Associate Justice Tina Sidney Ginny for evaluation assignment. H, discuss and provide that date of a non-formal work session on Navajo Nation public safety. This is as follows: Tuesday, May 25th, 2021. Wednesday, May 26th, 2021. Thursday, May 27th, 2021. Tuesday, June 1st, 2021. Thursdays, June 3rd, 2021. Friday, June 4th, 2021. 6, old business none. 7, new business none. 8, close the meeting. Announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that reading, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second to adopt the agenda?
Vice Chair, motion.
Delegate James, second.
With that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second established to adopt the agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you please assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So is absent. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Eugene So absent, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
With that, committee members, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. The agenda is hereby adopted. We'll move down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There is none. Item number 5, receiving reports. Again, committee members, this morning at 10:09, both myself and Honorable Vince James were on the line. We did hear the reports. They are similar reports from Department of Public Safety and also Navajo Nation Animal Control. There were no questions or comments, which is how we moved forward to call the meeting to order. So we will need a motion and a second to accept the report from Michael Henderson, Criminal Investigations with the Division of Public Safety regarding the dog mauling on the Navajo Nation, and then the report that was provided to us by Kevin and Mr. Begay from Animal Control Program on the recent incident, again, on dog bites and vicious dogs. So with that, committee members, again, I will need a motion and a second to accept the report.
Vice Chair, a motion for report A and B.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Can I get a second?
Delegate James, second.
So we have a motion and a second established for both A and B. The reports have been provided to us. With that, since there's no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, Honorable Eugene So absent, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, just for clarification and also for the record, Lorraine and Sherelle, report A and B, the motion was provided by Honorable Otto So. Both A and B, the second was provided by Honorable Vince James, and the reports were accepted, 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, to accept the reports A and B as they were both combined, and information was provided to this committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Henderson. Thank you so much, Kevin, and also Mr. Begay. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item C on the report. We do have a report from Brandon Bitsui, Acting Chief Prosecutor, on the white collar crime. We need a report on what is happening within the office and the plans for addressing white collar crime cases. So with that, Mr. Bitsui, are you on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am on the line.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bitsui. Mr. Bitsui, you have presented to this committee before. You do have 20 minutes to provide information regarding the issue provided on the agenda. So with that, Mr. Bitsui, I will go ahead and give the floor to you. Upon completion, I'll ask for a motion and a second for your, I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward with a motion and a second right now to hear the report from Brandon Bitsui. I'm sorry, Mr. Bitsui, before I turn the floor over to you, I do need a motion and a second.
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, Mr. Bitsui, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes to present your information. Can you tell me, Mr. Bitsui, will you be using the entire 20 minutes?
No, I won't be using the entire 20 minutes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Bitsui, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning again. Good morning, Vice Chair and honorable members of the committee and everyone else listening in. My name is Brandon Bitsui. I am the Acting Chief Prosecutor of the Office of the Prosecutor of the Navajo Nation. I've been in this capacity since January of this year. Prior to that, I was the white collar crime prosecutor along with an investigator, Mr. Frank Brown. Today on my report, I will, this is the first time the White Collar Crime Unit has reported to the Law and Order Committee. So it's going to be kind of a general overview, and then I'll get specific into the specifics of where the unit is at and, my plans going forward. So I'll just get started. Sorry, my deshkizny nishle na kai bashichin clash to a dashiche na kai dashinala. Everyone. So just as kind of statutory framework of where we are, under Title II, Section 1979, the Office of the Prosecutor has complete authority to initiate and conduct investigations into any alleged violations of Navajo Nation Code for the security of the Navajo Nation government, the Navajo Nation chapter houses and officers, the Navajo Nation courts, including the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation, and any other department, enterprise, and entity of the Navajo Nation government. So that's kind of our authority just to start investigations, but specifically under Title II, 1985, the council created the Special Investigative Team, White Collar Crime. And it's consistent with the recommendations of the BIA and Navajo Nation Special Counsel. A special investigative team shall be established, and that special investigative team shall specialize in the areas of white collar or public integrity criminal violations. And the special investigative team shall seek Navajo Nation level prosecutions and recovery of misused Navajo Nation funds, equipment, and property. More serious violations shall be referred to federal authorities in accordance with the U.S. Attorney's guidelines after Navajo Nation investigators have concluded their reports. So I thought that would just be important for the council or for the committee to, where our authority under white collar crime exists. And I think it was in response to the case of the former chairman, Peter McDonald, in the early 90s and the late 80s. Right now, the White Collar Crime Unit team consists of, and we just call it the White Collar Crime Unit instead of the Special Investigative, even though that's what it's called in the law. Everyone just kind of knows us by the White Collar Crime Unit, so we just kept that moniker. So I'm the lead prosecutor for the White Collar Crime Unit. We actually hired a new prosecutor in training, Cornelia Yazzie, and she started last November. And we had a senior investigator, Mr. Frank Brown. He retired at the end of last year, December 2020, after 30 plus years of service. And so that senior investigator position is open. And we also have another investigator position that's open, and then finally an office specialist. So it's a relatively small team, and before it was just me and Frank, and for a long time it was just Frank for a few years. So I would say that the unit was neglected for a while. It's starting to get more resources, but now I think we're in like a rebuilding phase, and I'll kind of get into the current status of the unit a little more specifically and kind of the issues that we're facing. But that's kind of how the unit sits right now. Some of the common offenses that we investigate are under all Title 17, so fraud, embezzlement against the Navajo Nation, forgery, bribery in official and political matters, unlawful influence in official and political matters, payment or receipt of Navajo Nation funds for services not rendered, making or authorizing, permitting, or receiving payment of Navajo Nation funds for products or services not rendered, abuse of office. So those are kind of just some of the offenses that we go after, the main ones. How we receive reports, usually people just walk into our office, or now we get a lot of call-ins. Referrals, from the public, from police, from council members, employees, managers. It really comes from everywhere and anywhere. And our process is usually just to, sit down, do an intake. We have a case number and follow-up investigation, which includes collecting documents, conducting interviews, issuing investigatory subpoenas. And then, there's no real timeline for cases because they're so different. Some require longer, some are shorter. It just really depends. And then finally, it comes to one of the prosecutors for a charging decision, whether we have enough evidence, not enough evidence to prosecute, or even if we have the resources to do it. So I was talking about how our unit is rebuilding. As you know, the former chief prosecutor resigned. I had to take the helm. I was appointed. And then we had a few departures. Frank Brown left. He retired. We had another prosecutor named Jane Nez. She retired after 30 plus years. We had a really good prosecutor in Chinle, Mr. Tyson Yazzie, who changed careers to a different legal with the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation. And so it really kind of stretched us thin. White collar crime has been kind of on the back burner because I've taken duties of, looking at cases in the Window Rock district and the Chinle district, along with Cornelia too. She's supposed to be a white collar crime unit prosecutor, but once Jane Nez left, she's also had to pick up reviewing Window Rock district cases and also Chinle cases. We advertised the senior investigator position and the investigator position, and we actually did some interviews, and we had really good candidates. There was a bit of mix-up from the procedures of the interview, so I'm having to redo them. But I'd expect that we'd fill the investigator position and the senior investigator position hopefully by the end of June. And that would really help the unit as far as getting some of the cases that have been referred to us actually investigated more thoroughly. Right now, we just receive as much information as we can, but there's little to no follow-up because there's no investigators within our unit. And I'm hoping to rectify that relatively soon in June. But that still leaves an issue of the prosecutors. I'm trying to, we've advertised for the Chinle position and the Window Rock position, but it's frankly, it's tough to get qualified. Yes. I'm sorry, I thought there was a question. The main issue is that, we don't have licensed bar members on the Navajo Nation that are able to come in quickly to fill the shoes of a prosecutor.
Can everybody please, I'm sorry, Mr. Bitsui, I do apologize. If everybody could please look at their phone and make sure that the mute button is highlighted so that your phone is on mute. Lorraine, can you check to see whose phone is not on mute? And then text me that information, Mr. Bitsui. I apologize. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the issue for filling prosecutor positions is those bar members have to be licensed to practice within Navajo courts. There are not a lot of members that are, I would say people that are Navajo bar licensed, it's a fight to get them. And so, it leaves us with we give people some opportunities. What we have done is, and we've had some success with hiring person and giving them a year within our office to pass the bar exam and to, and they basically become training, they train to be a prosecutor for the entire year. But we also, help them with their studying with their bar exam, providing that opportunity. And we've had some recent successes, both in Kayenta and in the, I'm blanking on another district, but we recently had two young ladies pass the bar exam, and, it really helped out those offices. And so we recently hired a large swath of them, to Chinle, Tuba City, Kayenta, Shiprock, the prosecutor positions that we're trying to help them pass the bar, hopefully in August. And if that occurs, and we have a really good success of passing the bar exam, I think that the white collar crime unit, more attention can be diverted to them. But at this time, I'm kind of wearing three hats. I'm wearing a district prosecutor hat, white collar crime prosecutor hat, and then also the chief prosecutor hat. So it really leaves me with little to no time other than to receive these calls and to get initial investigation as far as from the reporting party, anything and everything that they can give me. And I get it in our system, I log it, and from there, it just honestly languishes. But for more serious cases that I think need quicker attention, I do refer those to the Department of Justice through the Attorney General, because she does have has the ability to contract with outside counsel for prosecution for some more serious cases. So with that, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee, that's kind of a very brief overview of the White Collar Crime Unit and where it's at, and some of the plans I have going forward. I would say, the biggest issue is just resources. As with all other enterprises or other offices within the Navajo Nation, we're just strapped for qualified personnel. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Brandon. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? I would like to just make a comment. Yes, Honorable Otto, so go ahead.
Just real quick too. I guess the white collar crime unit just with what the office is trying to get in place, and it looks like you're shuffling around to try to cover certain positions because individuals have retired or moved on, and I guess just what I would request is that maybe a quarterly update from this program to the oversight, so that we know where you're at, where your office is at, so that we can try to. So we have an idea of where our oversights are at, and all our oversights. I think we need a quarterly update from them, so that we can try to get them to, so we're aware of their status, whether it's in the judicial branch or in the, our oversight is the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. So that's another area that we need to get a checkup on them, see where they're at in a report form to the committee. And I'm hoping that Brandon has some sort of an overview document for the committee, so that we can we know where we actually have something in writing. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think that is, I think we do need a report. Mr. Bitsui, we appreciate you coming on to the committee to provide us this verbal report. But I think it's important that this committee, have a report in writing. Specifically, if you could tell us how many cases have been filed with white collar crime. We'd also like to get information on when the I know you stated Mr. Frank Brown retired, when he retired, and who is filling that position. We did get information from departments stating that they are afraid that some of the cases that have been submitted and filed are actually going to reach a statute of limitation. So I think it's important that we get those cases. We have an understanding of how many of those cases, how many of them are the statute of limitations going to be run this year. So I think that that's also important. So if we can get some information on that. And then last, how many positions are currently open in the white collar crime unit, and how you plan as acting chief prosecutor to fill those positions. I do also want to make a comment that I did call your office, I believe 3 or 4 times, and nobody ever picked up. And so I eventually went and stopped by the office, but nobody was there. So I'm not really sure, aside from emailing you, that seems to be the only way to get a hold of anybody in white collar crime. My concern is many of our Navajo people don't really know how to email, or as we all know, if you are not within the Navajo Nation email system, if an individual outside of the Navajo Nation emails any one of us, it goes immediately to the Navajo Nation junk mail. So I think it's important that we have an idea as to who is currently employed in that office and what is your method as far as making sure that communication is flowing from the public and also to your office as well. So if we as the committee can get that information, budget session is coming up. We need to know if this division is going to continue to be, if it's going to continue to be budgeted for. If the work is not coming out of there, I think that this committee will have to, have a conversation about that, whether it's maybe in the best interest, maybe to have outside consultants working on the white collar crime. I don't know, but we do need to get some information on what we can do to try to assist the office. So Mr. Bitsui, again, we do appreciate you coming on to the committee, informing us. How many prosecutors do you have total, and how many open positions do you have right now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I didn't have that. I will have the, I will write a report and submit it to the Law and Order Committee of the information that you requested. In the ballpark, we have between 15 to 16 prosecutors across the Navajo Nation. Specifically, there are, I think, let me see here. There are 4 that are not licensed right now. So those are the ones that we are trying to have them pass the bar exam and, so that they could help out in the future. I believe we have an opening in Window Rock. We have an opening in Chinle. There's another in Rama, and also another one in, I believe, and then the chief prosecutor position as well. So that right now, those are the 4 legal positions that are open. There's a few, and then the 2 investigator positions with white collar crime. I will say with the white collar crime unit, the other districts don't really handle those cases. The white collar crime unit is based out of Window Rock, and it handles all of the cases that come across the Navajo Nation. So it is, small office with a large workload. And regarding the calling into the office, Madam Chair, I apologize about that. There's still some flex schedule and remote teleworking, but a large majority of the staff have returned to work, and there should be people manning the office and the phones. We had cell phones issued to all the offices for the main numbers, and then those numbers are forwarded to the cell phone so that there's coverage on. There should be coverage on them all the time. And the fact that no one was there, I'm concerned that no one was at the office when we showed up. But I'll address that as well. So I think we have 4 legal positions are open. We're also doing a victim witness advocate program within the office that's a grant funded. Some of our prosecutors are also grant funded for the juvenile prosecution. They just work nothing but juvenile cases, and that's provided under a BIA grant, I believe. And then the victim witness advocate is also at the Tawahi grant. So we're trying to expand the office as far as our resources, and that was initially started by Gertrude Lee and then carried on through Jennifer Henry, and now it's come to me, and we're just trying to push those programs forward and to maintain momentum with the office. Yes, that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. And again, the purpose for listening to these concerns is we do need to prepare for budget, but we also need to get an understanding of the concerns that are out there regarding the statute of limitation for cases that have been brought forward and not receiving any updates on them. So I think that with the written report, whenever we do get those concerns sent to us, we can forward those reports to individuals who do have concerns about cases that they did submit through white collar crime. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, if I may just respond to that very quickly.
Yes, Mr. Bitsui, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a kind of regarding statute of limitations under the former Attorney General's kind of push, and then it was with the Law and Order Committee, the white collar crime cases, most of them, a statute of limitation was amended so that 10 years from the date of discovery of the offense. So for at least for white collar crime cases, there is a longer statute of limitations, and that's for like fraud, forgery, and a few others. And that was passed in November 2017. The white collar crime amendment. So I would say that briefly. So that was kind of that. There should be time there for a lot of this stuff, especially within the recent referrals. But that doesn't mean that we should sit on them. They need to be addressed quickly because as time goes on, memories deteriorate, with witnesses leave, and documents get lost or destroyed. So it is urgent that we get these cases investigated. And I think once we hire the investigators and other prosecutors, we'll be able to push forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. So just for clarification, the legislation that was passed in November 2017, it was retroactively applied to prior cases. Is that correct?
I don't believe it would retroactively apply, but from the legal research that I've conducted on this issue, if any cases, and so prior to that, a lot of the cases were 5 years for statute of limitations. As long as and this is legal research that I've done in the state and federal systems, and those courts have held that if a statute of limitations hadn't run and then it gets extended, that extension applies to those cases that were still running. However, if a case is statute of limitations, say in this case it was 5 years pending, and then it lapsed, and then they passed these amendments, that other case wouldn't be brought up. But that would be in the state system, and the argument at least is there that this could act retroactively, and it would be up to a Navajo Nation court to decide whether, if we're going to do that or if it's going to be different. So that I would say that's a case of first impression for the Navajo Nation. And for the Law and Order Committees, it's CO-59-17. That's the specific number. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bitsui. And Lorraine, if you could send that legislation out to the committee members, that we would appreciate that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote to accept the report that has been provided to us here by Mr. Bitsui. And then also just a recap, Lorraine, we probably will need a directive to be sent to the acting chief prosecutor, Mr. Bitsui, regarding the information that is needed in his office. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with the roll call vote. Sherelle?
Honorable Bench James.
Delegate Jan votes agree.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Eugene So absent and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, we do have a favorable vote. Mr. Bitsui, thank you for your time. You are excused at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good day.
You too, Mr. Bitsui. So with that, we'll move down to item D on the report. We do have Honorable Charlene So, who is listed as the agent for this report. Honorable Delegate Charlene So, are you on the line? Second call for Honorable Charlene So. Last and final call for Honorable Charlene So. Okay, we're going to move down to item E on the agenda, report from Honorable Key Allen Begay. Delegate Key Allen Begay, are you on the line?
Good morning or good afternoon, Shema. Kellen's online.
Oh, thank you for being here with Law and Order Committee. You are on the agenda here today to discuss matters of illegal activities within your community that you represent of mini farms. At this time, I would like to ask Honorable Key Allen Begay, would you like to go into executive session at this time, or would you like to discuss the issue on the record?
Shema, again, good afternoon, our Law and Order Committee members. I'm hoping that the chapter officials are also online. Any of the chapter officials from Mini Farms online? If not, go. Shema, I'd like to say a few statements to be on record.
Honorable Begay.
Yes.
This is Catherine Arthur. I'm on the line from Mini Farms chapter, sir.
Okay. Shema, Ms. Charles Newton, Law and Order Committee, Mr. James. Shema, let me go ahead and provide some information on record, and if it needs to, I can, at the direction of the local chapter officials, to see if we could go into executive session, Shema.
Delegate Key Allen Begay, so right now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and get a motion and a second right now from Law and Order Committee members so that we can hear the report from you. Before we proceed forward. So with that, committee members, I need a motion and a second at this time.
Madam Chair, before any motion,
motion made by Honorable, I'm sorry, go ahead, Delegate So.
I guess if it's sensitive information, I think we need to get if it's a report to the committee, maybe we can treat it as a regular report. And then as we move forward to address it, because I'm not too sure how sensitive this issue is. And we have, I don't know if there's investigations going on by public safety. Maybe they are aware of what's going to be. We could get clarification if public safety could be on the line also.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So right now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and recognize your motion, and then we do need a second before we proceed forward with the concerns. Can I get a second, committee members?
Delegate James, second.
Delegate Vince James does second that. So with that, Shitsui, Honorable Key Allen Begay, there is, I guess the question is going to be whether we need to go into executive session or whether we can discuss this issue on the record. What I'll do is I will turn the floor over to you, Shitsui, and whichever agent you want to call, you can go ahead and call them forward, as your agent, and then upon completion of your 20-minute, again, if you would like to request to go into executive session, you can make that request as an agent at any time, and then a committee member can motion to go into executive session. So with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Delegate Key Allen Begay. So with that, Shitsui, the floor is yours.
Law and Order Committee members, I do have Mini Farms Chapter President, Catherine Arthur, to assist me in making this presentation. This is on their behalf. As you know, that all of our community on the Navajo Nation have similar problem situation of the 5 chapters that I represent. The Nanlinigi, these illegal bootlegging and drug Ninigi, as it's an Islahakid or Hayu, Chidat Edo, Ado Kudo. I'm sure there's a lot of transaction happening right under our nose. I guess for the record, I have been submitting some documents to the public safety. The latest information that I sent, and this is a chapter resolution by Mini Farms, which is MF-33-05-2021, respectfully requesting to the Navajo Division of Public Safety, Apache County Sheriff's Office, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to seize the manufacturing and selling of alcohol and illegal drugs, in parentheses, marijuana and methamphetamine, close parentheses, within the community of Mini Farms, and further enforce necessary federal and Navajo Nation laws to diminish and expel the usage of these products. Because a chapter resolution this was back on the 10th of May, the latest resolution that was forwarded to me by the local chapter officials. I know we are, and there will be some areas that will be brought up, which we'll understand. It is understandable. The lack of maybe funding, the lack of resource, the lack of personnel, the question can't denote that's a given. But how is it? What is being done? And maybe specifically, what have all of my information that were forward? If it's still under investigation or anything, I'll let that be. But of course, you can't talk that about those issues on record, or up in public, Shinsen. But the latest information that I sent an email. Right behind my house, there's a road, a back road that we did in Mini Farms has on. 8085 is the number of this road. Not even a mile from my house, there was a rollover. Obviously, for sure, we went over there. I went over there personally, and I even called the public safety to the police department in Chunli. It was obvious that an individual was intoxicated. Luckily, he was okay. He was walking around. This happened around 9. By 11 o'clock, I've noticed that there was no response by the public safety. And then I moved to send an email directly to the Division of Public Safety, the police chief, and the Chinle Police Department. The additional email and I believe the individual just left or something. I don't know. Because the very next morning, around 7 o'clock, we'll check on it. They overcall email to get you to respond. Now, if it was a serious situation, imagine. I mean, even though this individual was intoxicated, if it was a life and death situation, would we allow this individual to maybe pass away or something? And I believe that's how much of a
I know,
response.
It's nice, huh?
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Key. Madam Chair, are you still on? I think she's got off. Can you guys mute your phone, please? Ashwade. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Kialan Begay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know we have 20 minutes. But I mean that's the latest that I have in terms of forwarding information to the public safety, and I want to be on record for that. I mean, yes, we do our best. We do our best to help the community. We do our best to help. But for those type of report that I sent in, and specifically directly from me, and I can share all these emails with the committee if needs to be. Maybe the committee themselves can provide or ask the question, okay, and this is not directly coming from me, this is through me by community members to some extent. So the chapter Dila pen hilquil net did all legend nahot edodit all has unhit ne halit out on hapa not either John hit ne a quakipen go lachit go ecuador. How do we respond back to our community that have provided some information that we have forwarded to the public safety, and how is it being addressed by the public safety? Maybe through you guys as an oversight committee, that all of these situations could be resolved, not necessarily in public, but through assuring that, at least to me, if not to the local chapter officials, the chapter officials and then get resolutions. But again, it's not just the chapter officials. This is coming directly from the community members. And then there's the latest info that was sent to us as a local elected officials of a situation at a local community school, or school. Let me to get that back, at a local school. So, that ego because out law and order committee members I showed it on traditional kodo on behalf of the community. So if anything else, maybe we can also at another meeting, if we need to give some time to the public safety or the program to provide a written report back to the local chapter, that way assuring us that they are acknowledging and recognizing our emails or our statement or the chapter resolution. Chapter official, chapter president, that's on record, though that could be disclosed in public. Otherwise, if we need to, we can go into executive session if it needs to be. So Madam Chair and Vice Chair, if we could be able to give some time to my agent, the Uniforms Chapter President, Ms. Catherine Arthur. Madam Chair.
The floor is yours, Ms. Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee. Ni tato ni kaitani and the SAE coordinator do kodon hi basement do kon hi chin tasila. Hashna nzage kodin hi kauche dati nido. Okonde don his ada. Kodon ni ki alan kono ya hasne. Kod egon soden der kod there's violence dati no te chaye. Okonde don hi cha o gada. Hat ich bin jedi ko do ko honilo danil. Why do we all tolerate wrong? Do hot at on his landly nahadlen. Ado le hitil tra ado the violence danil a kuije ado hind il klad conflict. That all how you need how. The law is slacked. That the justice is not prevailing. Yadat hajot nete ka do yat hikali benatel jish. Kut egon hilas dag helane at kefuit ini. Do eblash light yada kodosa bayada tit na hade bahatas zi. Trash is one of them. There's laws at in the livestock, thieves, and what that at do what about on it the holon the iten. Adon the dogs banda sort eat in the year. Nasik at human adbat the wishish. Adon the what out and hit ni ako. Nishishakot egi blashed like even year resolution atelia. Ados that dogs atelia, horses atelia, and so forth, but ahot echashin zasher. Nahade kotza 2009, we did a resolution. At that time it was Sheriff Dedman. He had I believe a crew out here with it. They had to go undercover and do this long case development. At that age, at that time, it was mostly alcohol. Today, it's drug. Alcohol manufacturer. In our parking lot, chapter parking lot, we have 2 convenience stores. Oh, he did Jego at then. Chapter officials. Shohei had ilana nani bizdini sa. You didn't see nothing. What they need ya. Akot egon hil has ako hasn zagi egon hil ko hot edodlis. Nasto sha. Akot egon hil nahot behata geto. We're collecting names, but I'm not going to submit it at this time. But I'll give it to Key Allen. Adoshin da khait out or nil kodoshin khait egon khapata do fishnanta. Ako kota liagot eya. None of you officials or anybody who come to testify at the federal courts. Shadini. Yada hot elet aron hilwinglet that they don't hotzago go hat zit on ade. That's my statement. At this time, Khaled El Eliad only. One of the suggestions that we have, is counseling, rehab, what that if the dog is mean and is vicious, it will kill, whether it's vaccinated or not. So it's taken from them, and of course their mind is altered. They don't know what they're doing. How do we instill in their minds that this is wrong? They're doing wrong. Not only that, but I can't even leave my house. They steal stuff. They steal my wood. They steal my wheelbarrow, my tools, my coal, and they sell it, and they buy drugs. The people they're just hostage. They cannot go get groceries. They can't go to the clinics, and they can't visit the schools. I see, like it's been mentioned before, though it's like that in most communities, surrounding communities around many farms. The older people, a lot of them are just a caretaker that in the evening when you get at land, there's that's where our fear is instilled in my people at this time for all this violence that is happening in our community. I'm not sure how much time we have, Mr. Keelan. I don't know if I could go on and on on this activity in mini farm, but we're just asking. We know the chain of command, which is Chinle Police Department. You heard from testimony from Keelan. He himself couldn't get through the Chinle Police Department. That's where we're at. So, Madam Chair, thank you.
Report if you believe that if there needs to be that we could go into executive session, I'll leave that up to you, but that's basically what we want to express through the Law and Order Committee as a local official, as a local government. Though the local community members and Linigi Ben Macedo Nishe Shinakagon Don She Shindi Ego Pake. The resolution hits Huiliagi she hit on how little listenant on Linigi. Yes, there's a lot that could be discussed, but we could also get maybe as a committee you get a response directly from the public safety division director and the police chief and the Chinle department and see what is being what activities that they have. Give the assurance back to the local chapter officials that these are being done. But we'll stand to help out as much as we can. But the retaliations and a lot of these things that we go on record will come back to us for sure, probably. But that's where the public safety does come into play and how we don't jeopardize ourselves or even our family. Because the yido at the honisto a yido has out. You would think that as elected officials that Hanache Dahuintido elected our officials and don't hit up neither in our area Sahon has ango a call what ego go Asia has ango go out. A call dick at what is anto and that and not this ango go. So what hakiki satot be sate be name street. It gets to has chin street or I get to do it all there. a whole national that going saw that there's a lot of there's a fear and hesitation, but how far, how much more, and how long will we just be quiet or be silent while these are happening? And on behalf of the community that I represent, including many farms, and on behalf of the local chapter officials, I'll give the floor back to you with your input and recommendations, Shamado, the Law and Order Committee members. With that, we'll stand for question. Shema,
Honorable Kialan Bigay, Ado, Shamado, Ms. Arthur, thank you both for providing us a report. I will have to say that I think that there's a little bit more involved with what's happening, and this committee has asked those questions, as you are aware. However, some of those questions have gotten us into trouble. So it's a question of, what do we do and what exactly is our responsibility as the oversight, and how involved can we get? I know that as an elected official, we do have the responsibility of listening to our constituents and our communities. And so I think it's really important that we hear that coming from the community. So what I would like to suggest, and I would need obviously the support of the chapter officials as well as Honorable Kialan Bigay and Law and Order Committee, but we can go out to your community and hold a hearing out in your community regarding this issue. We can also invite Department of Public Safety to this hearing so that they have an understanding of what is happening. And I know that we are currently, we're still required to abide by the COVID rules. I myself, I'm very confused about the rules because we have the United States president saying we don't need masks and we're okay, and then we have our Navajo Nation president who's saying no, you still wear your mask. But our Navajo Nation president is making exceptions to certain gatherings. One of those was recently, as we know as delegates, the First Lady's visit. That was an exception. We did have people who were present, more than 10. It was outside, and we did have 6 feet distancing. I did ask Dr. Jill Jim at that time, how that meeting distinguished from other meetings, and she said it's a government function. And so I think that our people are well aware that there's certain rules that apply to certain people. So with that, I will say that I am willing to travel out to your community, Ms. Arthur, also Honorable Kialan Bigay, to hear the concerns of the community members regarding the report that you provided to us today, and to give some feedback. I know Honorable Charlene So recently sponsored an event in her community, and police department were there. They were present. Although Law and Order Committee members did not attend, that was the day that we had our BIA report provided to us. But that event did happen. So maybe we could have something very similar happen there in the community. But again, it will require the chapter to invite us. It will also require us taking proper measures to ensure that we are all being safe with our 6 feet distancing. But I know graduations are happening right now. We also have different types of events that are happening. So I don't see how this could be an issue. But that is a recommendation I will make right now to the Law and Order Committee, to the Many Farms chapter, and then also to our honorable colleague, Kialan Bigay. So with that, I'm going back on mute. Committee members, are there any other recommendations that we can hear at this time regarding this matter?
Madam Chair, that's it.
Honorable Eugene So, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
I've been trying to call around all morning. What is it? I had a meeting with the president here at that chapter. This here situation a few months back before the pandemic, I requested for legislation. So I've been working on it, and then it went off after the pandemic. I don't need chance. Had a meeting with Ron Haven regards to this stock issue. All the stuff that I picked up, maybe about 1 inch thick. Upon the auto, he's looking into it, and I'm dropping the legislation regarding to it. They chant, what the whole yugi. In that regards, what out of these other issues, there's been, I just sometimes think one day, that never has just an onset to that. Can't go out at night either. Let myself up and get my weapon loaded, and I put all that a wire around my house, ship wire, so I can hear somebody coming. So I need what I see she eat. So I should mother hard. I should send it out of even the screen in Texas. But I beat the I need what that is. It's all the way up to Washington D.C. Look what happened. The 6th of January. Those are, it seems to me, immature people. There is something going on where the Republicans don't want to look at it. It happened. So it's down to that case. Quite good. So it's happened here on the Navajo Nation. It's been going. We just had a meeting the other time where Linda Carranza reported to us, reports to staff, and threatening and shooting and etc. in the canyon area. So that's also going forward. Cross deputized. Navajo Nation police all resource enforcement rangers. Other obligations on the street no other officers can So that's what we discussed it. So I discussed that with the captain, that the one that's calling the captain, what's her name? The new lady that came from Kansas. Chinle area, I just had a meeting with her Friday. So we discussed all this too. Also, bootlegging, drug dealing, people are stealing for their addiction. Another we cost it a link. I forgot and like I always said, my oldest sister got that house in there. So many years later, we only found her bones, and we had to bury that just partial. And then my younger sister, when I leave that. So those are things really bad. What's going on? I guess she ran away, my younger sister, and they ran her down, took some bones inside, innards too, inside, and then her head. But they still dragged her over the hill into the bush and raped her and left her out there without her clothes. This was in January. That's how people think these days. So in Texas, so it's been growing. The percentage just adding up every year. And I always said that we need to revisit the 638 contract. They eat out of that. We actually that is a create that is allowed to see the gas stuff. It is actually that we need to update the data. More population, more acreage. If it's not So what they don't change the sign that or not little. Maybe it was back in the ice age. I sat with the land on the Navajo Nation. I didn't have the gas left. Not really updating. The population has grown to 399,000. So it became that straight idea. Seen that where they need to. I don't know where it is now. To look at the contracts. 638. But so I need to see clean copies. Even now, we're going to process that with the council. Yes, going into executive sessions. For Chong in the honey hot. You see, as I say, Lena Squiddo Sony, how the Shindy in that person. We're at that point now. I think it's also in the Bible somewhere. How in how she. What the heck you seen, Eddie? I'm sure. It's how she all the way up to Congress. And we saw it, and we're still seeing it daily. So just like I always ask the police, who's buying all the ammunition? Who bought up all the guns at them? They're empty. If you want to get ammunition for stray dogs, at them, they're gone. The 223 9mm 45 those ammunition are gone. And these people are buying and magazines that can hold a lot of bullets in them. Why? Even yet. So those are a lot of questions that's working out there. I just heard revolution wars isn't yet that. So we really need some investigation going on out here on the reservation. Where are we going to go if that ever happens? So it goes on. This is what's going on right out here now on the reservation. We experience it every day. So what the hell is that? She could easily yes done. So that was something because the state law that was just a couple of months ago. So these are happening. I'm seeing how some system it needs just it's how easy. Of course, if somebody is using the phone, I'll get off. Thank you, Chair.
Lorraine, who is that phone's not muted?
Madam Chair,
Hello? You didn't get the number?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I did it. I'm sorry.
That's
Madam
fine.
Chair.
Thank you. Honorable, I'm sorry, hold on. Honorable Eugene So, thank you for that. So with that, Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
I think that was me because I redialed back in, and that's something came up on my phone. So I think that part was me. So let you know. And then, but moving on, the question. Honorable Kellen Begay, the community of well, hold on. Chapter of Mini Farm has provided a resolution to the committee. So supporting document, and as a supporting document has been provided to the committee, what I would maybe like to ask is that we just accept this as a report, and then request that all of the communication from the chapter to public safety need to maybe if they have any documents that they have to say that they reach out to public safety for this concern, that concern, any other past supporting document to the reaching out to our program. Maybe if we can get all of that in order, that way, I'm sure public safety is on the line, and I'm gonna say, we have we're spread out thin and so forth, but I believe this is a local governance, a local community government that is trying to reach out to public safety the way I'm beginning to take this report. The Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General issued out an opinion indicating that the chapters are not part of any part of the three-branch government, and where do they fit in, at this time? And it really makes me makes a concern. And now we have the chapters under community development, and and the community development is housed under the executive branch. But if you have a local government trying to reach out to public safety to try to address their concern is troublesome. Beginning to make me think internally, the district, how is that district working with the chapters there in Chinle agency? I'm sure there's calls that go in every day and every hour, but the key thing is you have a local governance, and maybe this could be brought up at Resources and Development Committee also, that just joint meeting that we're having. What is the protocol on the chapter portion on reporting things to the programs, whether it may not even be public safety, maybe economic development, maybe that communication aspect. And they are they some chapters? So are they some the best ones on clinic? Has on a compare a on a pen hit it. I don't know how to get face of cheated. Ye indicted. Alcohol. Now how to get face of cheated. I did. And it's in the car program based on what they oh, they not anything. We can provide the service of economic development. We can provide the service for the chapters. We can provide the service for public safety. We can provide the service for the courts. No, they based on the undated hit. Belanda Italy. Belanda Italy. To best beta is no. Yet that don't share. Yet that don't share by be so. Did that Egito. Maybe they're picking and choosing not to communicate with the the entities and the programs. But a local community government should get the attention of public safety, because that public safety renders, and it affects economic development, it affects community development, it affects social environments in communities, and judicial. For instance, if it's just a police officer catches and releases a person, takes them in, books them, and gets them through the system and gets them charged, and it goes to the judicial branch and say, oh, we're just going to release you, case dismissed. It's just a revolving door. these programs have and they're supposed to be recommending policy change to the nation. And again, and I tell you, we really haven't get any recommendation from the programs yet. Just like the dog control issue. Their livelihood at home. In the policy change with all. I think this. Let's get all the information together, committee members, before we proceed from many farm chapters, and maybe their neighboring chapters are in that same dilemma, or maybe all the chapters are in that same dilemma. Is our tribal programs divisions communicating with the local level? And the public safety what type of communication and have you done directly with the chapter pertaining to these matters? Maybe the chapter has issued a letter at some point and public safety stepped forward to have a meeting with that chapter pertaining to that issue on that letter. So for now, I'm going to go on mute. Madam Chair, just to let you know I'm going to be juggling 2 calls at this time. So, but I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Committee members, 2 recommendations have been provided by the committee members. Are there any further recommendations regarding this issue?
Chair, that's it.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
The budget is coming up again. Correct, it's not as based on the Correct, never cut is no shooting hit doesn't need that. The office has under does machine day, yeah. It is the base of your kid. A cracker always have a question. Sometimes all the division that is funded, nothing is on the ground to see. With the funds that was allocated, in regards to the budget, your KD, what on this is sometimes. So right now, maybe we need to come up with a lot of directives. No, what are the specific budget that you think that hot era on a kina hara or la has cut on me there able to la face of the aki no directive ilia that sa very the mess that not on the action such a graph Sunday such arrest it or at least like they did last time here. That was a fast move that time. There's a lot of being that. I was just thinking maybe is it because I was a council delegate? How about if it was just a regular community member? It's sold upon this case. So that's another issue. Policemen shouldn't care less about who's making the call. Such an awful instance. Maybe it was because of that. So it is what that, but regarding to what I met with, I think her name was Kim. I can't remember her last name. The new captain that they gave us some a clienta to Chinle area. They asked me to at nest. So she's got a bar, a lieutenant bar though. I'm working on my captain husband I'm trying to get everything done. I'm getting my boards now. So, ADK, ada Ilya and Zondo with regards to these. Maybe another thing I was thinking about in the long run is how come we have a sovereign nation? How come we have to go by outside laws and things like that? How about just make just one, all of the officers just one? I don't know if they deal with any crime, fish and wildlife, resource enforcement, EPA, police department, etc. What others are basically on anarchism. We got sovereignty, no, the actually either. And ship has on state and ship governed and host symbols. We should need so Opa has sometimes we don't have that. Whatever has on because I only just a lot of funds that comes from off the reservation goes to into the Navajo Nation, but you can't even use it so much because of the difference between how we live and outside. Nothing gets on the floor, on the ground, nothing. That's all. So I think it's about time the government, India had to know we're a sovereign nation. We got our own way of laws, and it should be, abide by even the outside, state and federal government, county. So that's either only sees it unless it's from their laws. ARS, Arizona Revised Statute. They is allowed the Holland Holland. She out in the Holland. I should add she is not on something like that. So this dog control, there should be legislation on the way pretty soon. It's in Ron's hand now, Ron Haven. ARG, what the around the house, you meet non we got that with a cross deputation. But I would really like to see a lot of directives to the public safety during the budget hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, I'm not hearing any further recommendations. I will ask you to pull out your calendar and let me know which dates you're available so that we can travel out to many farms to hear the concerns from the community. Of course, Ms. Arthur, that will be... Delegate Eugene So?
My point of order, I think you said since we're not hearing any more recommendation, Dean need to get that's a question and also a point of order because my recommendation was to put some more directives on the police department during the budget hearing. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, I was asking about recommendations on how to address the question of hearing the concerns from the community from many farms. I know that you got onto the meeting late, so that was the recommendation that I was talking about, is whether we want to travel out there to hear the concerns from the community. Again, as I stated already, Honorable Charlene So had a community event last week on Monday, but Law and Order Committee was on the phone with BIA, so none of the committee members did attend. So that was really the recommendation that I was talking about.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Yes, with the Chief Justice arrangements that we have with the hearing, we are going to be not having those hearings, correct? And if that's correct, maybe we can have something, if there's going to be a public hearing forum, we need to give ample time for the issuance of public notice to the general public there. And 1 week notice is probably pretty much not good. But maybe we can have one maybe the Friday of the second June the 11th, if that Chief Justice hearings are going to be canceled. So with that, that's my recommendation. Give ample time for the community to get their information. That way, we have a community-based audience so that they can share their voice in, pertaining to those issues there. And I think 2 weeks is enough time. This is my suggestion. The second Friday of June, and that's only if the Chief Justice's hearing is not going to be moved forward. Thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you for that recommendation, Vice Chair. So with that, Ms. Arthur, Honorable Kialan Bigay, what are your thoughts on that?
Madam Chair? Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead.
Gay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We welcome you to Many Farms chapter. And the email, we asked Kialan to have your meeting here this time, so maybe the audience would come and listen in besides just three of us here. But whatever the date you set, we'll go ahead and abide by the CDC. So much spacing, 15 people at this time? I don't know, but by the time you meet with us down here at our chapter, hopefully there's more people, but we can certainly provide a call-in line as well. Madam Chair, or Mr. Begay?
We'll go ahead and go with the recommendation that was made by the Law and Order Committee, and that we'll prepare, and I'll work with the local chapter in preparing for the meeting, Dole. So appreciate the time and then the consideration you had. Madam Chair?
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and schedule that for June 11th at 10 o'clock to have a community hearing. I will leave it up to the Law and Order Committee members. If they want to attend in person, that option is available. As Ms. Arthur stated, the other option is to attend by phone. So we'll be handling both meetings at the same time. So with that, we look forward to our visit to Many Farms chapter, and we look forward to hearing the concerns from the community. Lorraine, can we go ahead and get a letter on behalf of Law and Order Committee sent out to Department of Public Safety regarding this meeting with the community to let them know that we would like them in attendance at that time as well? Shitsui, Honorable Kialan Bigay, is there anybody else that we should be inviting to this community meeting?
Madam Chair, any other program that will be much beneficial in providing information and the assurance that we are seriously making progress, showing that we are showing progress to our Navajo people, and maybe just alert some of the surrounding communities as well. But we just don't want to be too crowded at the same time. So but specifically probably the division director, the public safety, the CI, and then maybe the Apache County Sheriff the local Chile district captain and Sergeant Dashin but I'll leave that up to you with your guidance, Shema.
Thank you for that, Shitsui. So we'll go ahead and get the letter out, Lorraine. If you could go ahead and work on that so we can get the letter out. The sooner, the better. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the report that has been provided to us? Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And then at the same time, maybe if the community of the Many Farms, all the the conversations that happen between chapter and the conversation request made to the chapter be put together so that we can go ahead and move forth to have those information for the record, because I really don't want to hear, oh, we never got that. Who were they sent to? Who were they addressed to? That way, we have that type of information on hand and try to move forth with it. Then the other is that as the governance there at the local community level, you know, I always say that a lot of the local issue the chapter shouldn't be coming to the council delegate for to address the needs. And the reason why I say this, it comes back to separation of powers. And I mean, there's actually complaints ethically that were filed against the committee for us asking these questions that should have been taken care of at the local level. Committee so public safety. You know, when there's a community concern from especially a chapter, you know, the division director should be able to address that directly. And maybe if we could, Honorable K. Allen Begay, this is one thing that I was indicating, is that maybe we need to change policy on the evaluation of the division directors. Right now, there's no evaluation that is in place for the division directors, and maybe the evaluation can come from the chapters to rate our division directors and how they work with our chapters. So, for instance, like public safety, how are they working with your chapter? You know, in the aspects of patrol, in the aspect of the Department of Corrections, in the aspects of CI. My brother, he paid just I should ask these division directors are pulling $100,000 salary. They make more than us. But yet, I always feel that we're almost doing their job for them. I don't know. The chapters, you should have a direct communication line to the division directors, so that they can communicate with you directly. That's just the way I feel. There's 23 other delegates. You know, I don't know how they feel, but you know, we appropriate monies for their salaries, and how do we justify their performance? You know, I don't want to comment on any more for making how we can improve communication from the division director level to the chapters. And like I said, they shouldn't require the delegate to get involved, because we pay them, and they should be able to address this chapter's need, and this need that has been addressed that is brought to this committee should have been addressed a long time ago. Some sort of communication should have been rendered. It sounds like there's no communication at all. I'm going on mute.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Are there any other comments or questions at this time from committee members? Not hearing anything, I will have to say, Vice Chair, thank you for those comments and then those concerns. As this committee is aware, we have been asking those tough questions, and we have been holding feet to the fire. And as a result of that, this committee has had several complaints brought against us. And I believe that this committee has made the newspaper numerous times because of those tough questions that we're asking. Ms. Arthur, I appreciate your report. I appreciate you coming to this committee to inform us about what's happening within your community. And I think it does need to be addressed. And I think the big question is, you know, how do we work together to address these issues? And so I hope that having this community meeting, we'll be able to hear the concerns, but also share information as well. Share information about what is happening. I will have to admit that in our community recently, we did have the captain of the Shiprock Police who did state that there were a lot of, I guess, cases that were being investigated that were not shared with the community. And I know that as delegates, we oftentimes are put in a situation where information is shared with us, but we cannot talk about it. And it's probably one of the hardest parts of being a delegate is knowing that something is happening, but we're not allowed to talk about it. So perhaps that might be the case, and that's the purpose of having this community meeting, is to find out what's really going on. So we welcome the invitation that you provided to this committee. We do have you down for June 11th at 10 o'clock a.m. The option, again, committee members, is to be there in person, or we can do it via teleconference. I will be there in person. Ms. Arthur, you can expect me to be there. So with that, committee members, if there's no other questions or comments, we can go forward to accept the report that has been provided to us here by our colleague, Honorable Key Allen Begay, and his agent, chapter president for Many Farms chapter. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote in favor.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, we do have a vote to accept the report. Shitsui, Honorable Key Allen Begay, we look forward to our visit again. So with that, you are hereby excused from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Hashima. LOC members, thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you from Many Farms, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Go on in.
So with that, committee members, we do move down to the next item on the agenda. Item F, a report from Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm on the line now.
Hello? Yeah, Honorable Elmer Begay. Yes, we can hear you. So with that, committee members, we do have Honorable Elmer Begay, who is here with us to talk about his projects there in Delcon. So can we get a motion to hear the report in a second? Can you hear me, committee members?
Madam Judge, it's a motion. Excuse me, it's CHK. I get behind.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene. So can I get a second?
Second, Delegate Jane.
Second by Honorable Vince James. With that, Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay, you do have 20 minutes to present to this committee. You can call any of your agents during this time who can help you to present information. Do you have any questions before we begin?
I don't have a question, but I can go into the presentation now.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, and Madam Vice Chair also. The members of the Law and Order Committee. Good morning, good afternoon, Although thanks for putting us on the agenda too. This morning we'd like to present the Alcon Justice Center. And we wanted to do a presentation to the committee. We have a lot of questions right now, and right now we're looking at the understanding that from the previous, right at the beginning of when 24th Navajo Nation Council got into offices, we noticed that Alcon Justice Center was placed at about 8 regarding to the rankings and regarding to the listing, priority listing. So at that time, that over years that we've been Alcon chapter and the community have been advocating to do projects, getting funds here and there. At the same time, we got our judicial branch. They have the courts put in place, and the thing that was lacking was the police department and also the detention facility. So we got a drawing together, and this drawing was had architecture, licensed architecture. They got all the construction documents together, meaning that this construction document was reviewed by the BIA, the Division of Construction and Management branch out in Albuquerque. And they did some reviews on there and talked to architecture, said that this part of it needs to be redone, and there's some specification that went through it, and they reviewed it, and then they gave us back the document back to the architecture, saying that this document is 100% which is all the specification met. The BIA facility for police department, and then also the detention facility, that it met the requirement, and then the specification for the BIA. So right now we had this construction document for almost 4 years now. So we present this at the early part of the last year for construction funds. We had a legislation that was put in place. At the time, we were told that all public safety requesting for CLSM funds, all the legislations were put on hold. And we wanted the BIA to look into the O&M costs. So during that time right now, we tried working with one of the staff Department of Correction, and Ms. Gray has been helping us. But so far, his BIA and request a form to complete a form so it can be submitted to start advocating for O&M costs, to request for the O&M costs. But seems like we're still struggling, and we're still haven't received any support from Ms. Gray Eyes. So it's been very hard working with Ms. Gray Eyes. But so far, right now, we're looking at a. Before I go on again, I'd like to introduce Dalcon staff here. I have Renzo Lee. He's a Dalcon chapter president here, and then also chapter manager, Miss Margie Barton. And then I have my LDA here listening and to this report. So right now we have a lot of questions looking at it. The Tribal Interior Budget Council. It happened, we have a booklet since back in March 9th to the 13th, 2020. And then that the new one that we got from there is, we have a question. And then we just wanted to request through Law and Order Committee that, is there a way that we can be considered that we are project ready? And we wanted to know who does the priority listing or the selection for that says that this project is shovel ready and construction ready? By looking at it, the 2021 BIA funding, we have Dalcon way at the it's not even funded. And then we have others like Shiprock and Winderock and Kienta are being funded by BIA. We wanted to know why ours is not even funded right now. We just wanted to know how we could be able to request to have our project to be considered to be a project ready and then to be funded. And we didn't know that we have representative through the BIA. We have Seth Damon, and then also we have President Naz, and then also with the Law and Order from Doshinada, your representative, as far as Mr. Director Jesse Delmar is a representative. So we wanted to know that how we could be able to request through you, through all these representatives, that how we could be able to get funded. Because as far as we know that we've been a construction ready for so many years now, and we want to know how we'll be able to get funded because of the cost increase every year. Now it's about 10%, which was $36 million. Now we're looking more than that again. So how long are we going to be waiting for this project that's going to be construction ready? So there's a lot of questions that we have. And then also we want to know how we could get some funding through for the Operation Manex. So I have my president here, Lorenzo Lee. He's a retired veterans and also he's a chairing for the Fortified Agency Veterans. So I'd like to give this floor to him. Another.
Oh, yeah, they are the Lord Order Committee. I saw 20 on the phone. City Lorenzo, police in the range. Out of the police in Stanky and that is seen those changing in the city. So for the country, that's another. I don't know if they told you what you should not say. Could they don't can't say or not this is not shot if I could not that is but pseudo son in the schedule in Leho. I don't want such kid to can't get that in the corner cry. How the needle is. Turning you could not hot for it. It is a hot. Ko kon gil hot a ji hon fa ga torch ne ho ye dal kan so quite a ba yel ti ho di kon ya kon china han da ala ya na to kon ya just ki kon reji hospital hadna to the son ya just ki do volunteered long to go to lava hot ya na 46 years what's that ho ik heb gehoord dat ook dat je echt aan niets gaat azen. Ik hoor ja dat is je adot hij dat is nee. Ik hoor dit public safety niet azen. Die naam behoort is 1970 dan zo gaan opbouwen. Adot de Christians dan al deel. Number one priority, none set so on, so now I kiss it, I know. So, what else is in all, yeah, I had a few crossia, Delgate Gay, it had Delgate Long, 2012, hasn't so home for the I don't know, I stand this lead jack, no. Da had I never long just from the other heart of a craggy yet. So by Lina Hill taking the horn, the corn getting that horn. So I see so corn, Lydia, at home, are the many farms and hit your hot. She does that with a hot, name, the crime, the corner with alcoholism, with abuse, with the drugs. She when aunt or you for that. Oh, what the ADG around the quiet the community of Balkan. I see not safe with the hospital. I don't know how big it's going to get. So, on the A crack, it's not so hot. After we got to have a public safety here. Honda, love, daughter had it, it's one next spirit. Con your passage active does a home accident daily. Roland and daily. I don't the corner there. Corner a cinder corner. Either about the house in the corner does a son's at home. Corner was being started in the court of President Ilya. By way of long, she was murdered. What Orden has all that crime with that. And I know there's a Lieutenant Lee when he used to work, he used to give me the data. So it's the southern region of the Navajo Nation, from the this Burspin to Lonnie Lake, Delcon, Tisto, Saba, Indian Wells, Greasewood, Jettito, Whitecomb, so what all the community, it's not so though, it does can't be neither. What all a no scan, I saw then can consider any of change. I could have a son, because it is one in it. I don't know if I had this. Oh, she had.
Janelle, this is Belgium again. Okay, we wanted to make this presentation, and then I'm not sure if we have our architecture that's on the call. Hey, Daryl Sam. So I'm not sure if he's on the call. Daryl? I don't think he's on the call, Shinalejo. Just do we extend up our report or presentation?
Janella, you have 20 minutes. I don't know how much time you have left, Lorraine.
20 minutes? Oh, okay. Because, we have check the manager here again.
We have 5 minutes left.
Good afternoon. This is Margie Barton. I'm the chapter manager for Dilkon chapter. Che yam ideshki nishta sachi ni bashishin. This is son dash chedo twitch in a dashnale. Ado di de Dilkon Justice Center a by Dilki. So we presented to the Law and Order Committee several times. We went all the way to Nabi since 2017. Atishchingi atijopa atine. In providing some background information, we also found that our leaders, you, Ms. are the chairperson, you are a member of the Public Safety Committee, subcommittee for the BIA budget. You and Mr. Delmar, being committee members, you have a lot of responsibility in developing the budget for the BIA, and we ask your assistance to consider DILCON getting funded, because at this point in time, we do have it listed on the BIA listing. However, there's no funding, and we did get the Kayenta and the RAMA projects funded recently. Apparently, this is new funding that they've gotten, and we want to be part of that also. And as our delegate stated, the BIA committee also consists of our president, President Naz, and our speaker, Damon. So we do have a lot of important people, you leaders, as part of the BIA funding committee and subcommittee. So, as the priority listing goes, I'm not sure how you're prioritizing the projects, but as our project keeps going back and forth between first priority to fourth, and then now we're down to eighth. I'm not sure how the priority listing is going, but as we are being shifted back and forth, the funding amount is increasing. Since the first time I've seen the budget, it was about 25 million. Now it's up to 36 million. And it's gradually going up due to the amount of the cost for material.
Pretty good.
So,
yourself?
That I would like
Please
to
make sure you're, I'm sorry, pause. We'll pause your time. Can you please make sure that your phone is on mute? You just need to look at your phone. There's a mute button usually on the screen. You just need to make sure that it's highlighted. If it's highlighted, you are on mute. If it's not highlighted, that means that we can hear your conversation. I apologize for that. The floor is yours. Janelle, I apologize for that. I interrupted your presentation. The floor is yours again. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear us again? This is LDA Holly Barton.
I believe we lost our presenters. Do we still have our presenters on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to questions. Committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time for the presentation that has been provided to us here by Honorable Elmer Begay? Committee members, are we still on the line? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I think we lost our presenters. They haven't got back on yet. Lorraine?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm not sure
Lorraine,
what happened.
is that you?
Can I
I'm
finish my
sorry.
presentation?
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Presenter.
the floor is yours. We were trying to call you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, from the Delcon chapter, what we are requesting is your reconsideration of our priority status to number 1 rather than number 8. And basically, the funding is going to continuously increase. And like I said, we are ready to get the project constructed. And we do also request that you assist us as a subcommittee member to obtain BIA funding within the next funding cycle. Thank you very much, and I don't know if Delegate Begay wants to add anything else. Yeah.
So now the members of the Law and Order Committee, I think the community of Dalcon has been working on this since 1985 and started starting with a substation, and you know that there's a community grown community here. So then I know that we have I know that there was a concern that maybe if we could build the Dalcon Justice Center here, and we can receive all the inmates from others. Since you're going to have time to build maybe the Shiprock or Window Rock, especially Window Rock, because got the inmates you get the relay to Window Rock. If we could build this Dalcon first, and then we could have other. There'll be enough time to build other facilities. Mr. Delmore, I think you need to start thinking of how we could move on, shift some schedules, or maybe the routine of how all these maybe relaying to Dalcon all the inmates. I think we haven't seen any, but this is what our thoughts are. Other members of the Law and Order Committee. Can you still hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, Shanala Ado-Ochaha. Thank you very much for the presentation and also the concerns. First, I will state that we did have a Law and Order Committee meeting last week. I believe it was last week when we did talk about the priorities. Those priorities are recommendations that have been provided to this committee. Chief Justice Jane and Department of Public Safety Director Jesse Delmar are the two who put together this priority listing and presented it to this committee. So you are correct in that the Delcon facility has moved down the list. We did have questions regarding the listings that they presented to us, and also some of the concerns that we've had as well. So please know that the committee has not accepted the recommendations at this point. That would be a legislation that would be going forward on behalf of the committee. They just shared information with us last week on Monday. So that's the first point I would like to make. The second point is as far as the BIA funding, there is no BIA funding that has come down to replace any facilities. Again, I will repeat, there is no BIA funding that has come down to replace any of the facilities. So it sounded as if Shiprock and Winter Rock received funding. They have not. If anything, they are on a list of facility replacement. So this list has been ongoing, I believe, from BIA. I believe they indicated for 12 years this list has been generated. So as far as Delcon being on that list, Delcon is not on that list. We did, and I say we, as in both myself and Jesse Delmar, when we did go to the BIA Tribal Interior Budget Council, where we do chair the Public Safety and Justice, we did submit a list of Navajo Nation facilities that are in need of replacement. We have started the conversations on options that are available to get the facilities either replaced or built. There are about 13 facilities that have been identified that need to be replaced. So Delcon is on that list, and it's not prioritized. It's just a list that BIA is keeping. So that's the other point I would like to make. The third point is that you are correct in that Delcon did come forward with the legislation for funding. So did Kayenta, and Shiprock also came forward with funding requests. All three were tabled, and all three, we did have a work session in January of 2020 before COVID. During that work session, we did identify the facilities that do need to be replaced. However, we also learned during that work session that it's more than just replacing the facility. The question that came up is who is going to pay for the operations and maintenance? At that time, there was no discussions of operations and maintenance, and we did bring up that question with Delcon, and there was never an answer provided of who would be taking care of the operations and maintenance, because it's 3 times the cost of building the facility. So what we did with Law and Order Committee is we did travel out to Washington, D.C. in February of 2020. We sat down with BIA and we had a conversation about how do we add the Navajo Nation facilities on the operations and maintenance list. So we learned that there's not really a list, but there is a process that's required to get onto the operations and maintenance list. And that process requires BIA being involved in the planning and the design of the facility. So we did learn that. We also asked, because we know that Delcon already has their plans and designs in place. We did ask, how do we go about putting facilities that already have their designs in place? How do we go about adding their name to the operations and maintenance listing? What we were informed is that BIA would have to approve the size of your facility, and they would also have to approve other things because of the way that the BIA works in terms of what they can offer. So right now, that's as far as we got, was in February of 2020. And then we went to the Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting in February of 2020. It was at that time that we learned that COVID had hit the Washington, D.C. area. There were 9 delegates who were present at that time at the TIBIC meeting. The TIBIC meeting, it started to lose attendance because people wanted to get home. And so we eventually adjourned and no decisions were made. We were told that we would have another meeting that was scheduled to be in, Nevada. It wasn't Las Vegas. I know it was somewhere in Nevada. And that was supposed to happen in June. However, because of COVID, it never happened. So to be clear, we are pushing to get funding for all of the Navajo Nation facilities that either need to be replaced or they need to be built. That includes the command centers. So I do want to clarify that the Law and Order Committee has been working on the facility replacement and also making sure that all of these facilities are on the operations and maintenance of for BIA. We also recently, as of 2 weeks ago, had a meeting with BIA to discuss a program that's called the 105L lease program. And the best way that I can describe it is basically you build it and we'll lease it. However, the BIA does have to be involved in that process as well. So we are getting information on how the BIA can get involved in the process of entering into these 105L lease programs. So I understand that Delcon, has been on the replacement list for several years. I myself have visited Rama. I also, as a committee, we visited Tohajale and we heard the same concerns as well. And we also heard the same concerns coming from Pinyon. And it sounds like each year, every other year actually, when this priority listing comes out, everybody has been switched as far as, who is on the priority list and at what number they are. So the committee has requested from the Department of Public Safety as well as the judicial branch for a listing of all projects that are shovel ready. And what we explained to them is we, the committee, we want to know if money was given to you tomorrow, when would you be able to start building and how long would it take for us to see an end product? The purpose of us asking that question was this was prior to us getting the information on the guidelines. We all know as delegates that with CARES, there were a lot of restrictions that were put on the way that these funds could be spent, as well as restrictions in terms of the timeline. We only had 7 months to spend $714 million. So we wanted to make sure that we were going to be okay if we made recommendations for these infrastructural needs for public safety. So right now, I think that the committee has been doing a lot of work, making sure that we are in constant communication with the BIA, making sure that we get all of our Navajo Nation facilities listed on their BIA facility replacement so that we can get funding, and then also on the operations and maintenance. In addition to that, know that BIA, the information that we receive from BIA, Office of Justice Services, is whenever BIA receives money, they have to, the money that they receive from Congress has to be split up among the 562 federally recognized tribes. So it's not just Navajo that gets money. It's always a question of which tribes need to get money. Right now, the BIA did receive funding for facilities. However, the funding is not even close to what it would take to build a justice center. There's probably enough funding to build maybe one command center, which is about $4.5 to maybe $5 million. So right now, we have been working with BIA. Thankfully, Congress has lifted the earmarking law. Congress was not allowed to do any type of earmarking. So what they did is they lifted that law to allow communities to submit requests for projects. So Delcon can submit that information. As delegates, we were provided that information at the beginning of April. So some of us have already submitted our requests, and I'm not sure at this point how other delegates are doing it, but I for one, like for instance, I put together a letter with all of my information for the projects that I want funded in my community. And that was a request that was made to us by our senator. So I'm not sure how Arizona senators are working with their delegates. But our Senator Ben Ray Lujan was the one who reached out to us and asked us as delegates to provide him information on, what projects out there could qualify for funding. And so we have submitted those requests to him. So I guess to answer your question, there are various funding sources that are available right now. And it does require the work of the delegate, but it also requires the work of the chapters as well to provide that information to us. So right now we do have DELCON. Again, we are pushing to try to get all Navajo Nation facilities on that BIA replacement list. And so they do have requirements. However, we were not able to fill those requirements because of COVID. For instance, BIA did require an in-person visit to visit the facility in order to determine whether that facility needed to be replaced. Prior to COVID, Winter Rock was visited by BIA and Shiprock was visited by BIA, which is why they are both on the list. And this all happened prior to COVID. With DELCON, that we are still hoping that BIA will take us up for an invitation to come out and to view the facilities that do need to be replaced, in addition to visiting with the communities where command centers do need to be built. So that is the update that I will provide, Shanella, to you, Honorable Elmer Begay, as well as to your chapters on where the Law and Order Committee stands with the various projects and the requests that have been submitted to our committee regarding infrastructure replacement. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Janella, this is Delegate Begay again. Can I say something?
Honorable, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for your response, Janella, though other members of on the Order Committee. Yeah, we always run into this construction ready, and also, so maybe how can you define the shovel ready? It is then who does the considers that as a shovel ready? And then also I think we have a communication problem, or we would say that it's cooperation with from the Department of Correction regarding the application for O&M costs to the BIA. I think we're having problem with Mrs. Gray Eyes. So I know that I don't know how many times from the BIA from Gallup sent a message telling that to send that application to them, but there's nothing. I have chapter manager, and that we has another question for you, another.
Real quickly again, this is Margie Barton. The documents you were referring to with regards to approval by BIA, all that was completed, and we presented that to your committee previously, indicating that the construction documents were all approved by the BIA. They went through the step-by-step construction documents to get all that done, and the last item that needed to be done was to complete the application for the O&M funds, and that rested with Mrs. Gray Eyes. And to date, we don't know whether that was done or not, although we've had many meetings with regards to that. We could do it ourselves, but we don't really know exactly what documents they're talking about because they wouldn't give it to us. We asked for an application from BIA, but they told us that it would have to come from Mrs. Gray Eyes, and that's where the holdup is in regards to the O&M fund application. Other than that, you mentioned, you made a comment with regards to if the funds were here, would you be ready to get the shovel in the dirt? Yes, we are. We are absolutely ready for that. If you gave us the money today, we'd be getting started tomorrow. So that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Great. So if you could submit those documents to us regarding the operations and maintenance, saying that BIA will be covering that, I think that you guys are pretty much ready and will be happy as a committee to move your project forward, since your operations and maintenance will be covered. And then you guys will just be moving forward with the request for funding. So Shanella, can you get us those documents?
Shanella, we'll go ahead present that document or that letter to you.
Okay, again, just to be clear, this would be the letter from BIA saying that they're going to cover the operations and maintenance for the Delcon facility.
Okay, yeah, we'll present that.
Okay, with that, committee members, I think that Delegate Elmer Begay will be presenting us with more information regarding the project that he is pushing to move forward. And are there any other questions at this time, committee members? Not hearing anything, committee members, I'll go ahead and proceed forward with a vote to accept the report from Honorable Elmer Begay, Council Delegate for Delcon Indian Wells, Keystone White Coast, and Greasewood Springs chapters regarding the construction of his Delcon Justice Center. So with that, committee members, Sherelle, did I call for a motion and a second on that?
Yes, you did, Madam Chair. Motion was made by Honorable Eugene So. Second was made by Honorable Vince James.
Thank you for that clarification. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with that?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, we have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Elmer Begay, thank you for your time and also your chapter for being on the call. With that, you guys are hereby excused.
Okay.
So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item G on the agenda report. Lorraine, do you have a question?
No, I don't, Madam Chair.
Okay, item G, report or requesting for a member from the Law and Order Committee to be assigned to Judge Letitia Stouffer, Judge Malcolm Laughing, and Associate Justice Tina Sinigini for evaluation assignment. So with that, in order to have this discussion, I will need a motion and a second.
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, do we have any recommendations or anybody who would like to volunteer to serve on this evaluation team? We probably need 1 committee member from Judge Letitia Stover, 1 committee member to Judge Malcolm Laughing, and 1 committee member to Associate Justice Tina Sinigini.
Madam Chair?
Honorable Otto, go ahead.
I think I can be able to be on Judge Synogen's evaluation. I'll nominate myself. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Are there any other committee members who would like to nominate themselves? Committee members, I have yet to be, I don't think I have been assigned to any evaluation team yet. I can go ahead and nominate myself for Judge Malcolm Lapping at this time. And if you guys are okay, I could also do Leticia Stover. Not hearing any objections, we'll go ahead and proceed forward with those recommendations. Lorraine, can you go ahead and assist us with writing a letter to the judicial branch, letting them know that I will be serving as the member from the Law and Order Committee assigned to Judge Leticia Stover and Judge Malcolm Lapping, and that Vice Chair Honorable Otto So will be assigned to Associate Justice Tina Sinajuni.
Okay, Madam Chair.
So
Thank you.
with that, committee members, the report and the request has been fulfilled. If we can go ahead and take a roll call vote at this time. Sherelle, can you assist us with that, please?
Okay, Honorable Vic Stevens,
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green, Honorable Eugene So,
Vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton, you have three in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have discussed this issue. We are now proceeding forward to item H, which is discuss and provide dates of a non-formal work session on Navajo Nation public safety. Committee members, as I recall, the purpose of this, actually, it should have been public safety as well as the prosecutor's office and also the public defender's office. I believe, and Lorraine, please correct me if I'm wrong, the dates that have been provided, is this for the Title 17 update?
Madam Chair, going to item H, discuss and provide date of non-formal work session on the Navajo Nation public safety. This is on that 105L. And this schedule came in from Carl Begay's office. And these are the dates that were given by the BIA as to when you want to go back and discuss the 105L. Thank you.
You are correct. I do apologize for that, Lorraine. Thank you for reminding me of that. So committee members, as was already discussed, we did have a meeting on May 14th with the Department of Interior regarding the 105L lease program. Information was provided to us at that time with the invitation to have a second meeting so that we can have a formal presentation on the program and also make it so that we can ask questions after the presentation. So the dates that Carlisle has sent are the dates that are available. Obviously, 525 and 526 may be a little bit too soon to schedule. And then I believe on May 27th, I think we have a Nabikiasket meeting on that day. Lorraine, can you verify that? So I think we should look at June 1st, June 3rd, and also June 4th. So committee members, again, I'll leave that to you to decide but I can say that I'm available June 1st, June 3rd, and June 4th. And it looks like they are only requesting 1 hour of our time. I think that it technically should be 2 hours, but because we're working with BIA, they might just want to get through the presentation and share information with us. And then maybe the next meeting will be to answer questions. So with that, committee members, I'll leave it to you all to decide. Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward since Nabikietske is scheduled on the 2nd and the 4th Thursdays of every month. We'll go ahead and we'll schedule our meeting for June 3rd, which is a Thursday at from 3 to 4 o'clock. Committee members, are we good with that?
I motion that, yes.
Perfect. I think that's plenty of time and well enough in our future to schedule that. So with that, we do select June 3rd, 2021 from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Lorraine, can you go ahead and email Carlisle back and let him know that that's the date and the time that we've selected?
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion at this time since we had our discussion, and I need a second, and then we can vote on that day, Thursday, June 3rd, 2021. Need a motion and a second. Committee members, second call. I need a motion and a second.
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second on this? Second call for a second. Last and final call for a second. Not hearing anything. This issue has not been decided, so let's go ahead and add it to the next Law and Order Committee meeting, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we're going to move on to item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business. There is none. We are now at the close of the meeting. Before I ask for a motion to adjourn, are there any announcements? I would just like to remind committee members that the Law and Order Committee meets on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mondays of every month. So June 14th, June 21st, and June 28th is our next Law and Order Committee meeting. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion by Otto So.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. With that, Sherelle, can we go ahead and proceed forward with a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we're hereby adjourned at 2:18. You all be safe out there, and we will talk to you again on June. Actually, on June 4th.